A very good morning, delegates, dignitaries, attendees, Honorable Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice President, Honorable CEO, Deans of the Business School, Design School, Technology School, and the Architecture School, program chairs, faculty members, students, ladies and gentlemen, I am Chahat Mishra, Head of International Relations and Strategic Development, Woxsen University, and I welcome all of you to the Global Impact Summit 2022 this evening and this morning. This is the first ever Global Impact Summit organized by Woxsen University, India, in association with EFMD Global, ETS, QS, LinkedIn Local, and Institute of Management Accountants of India. Woxsen is the first ever Indian university located in this part of the country to organize a summit on such a global scale and magnitude. Here, academicians, researchers, higher education leaders from across the globe will come together on one common platform as a first of its kind initiative in India to identify, catalyze, and solve for convergence and impact and establish the pertinent actions we all can take right now to create a more sustainable change and create transformation in higher education scenario in India particular and the world at large. The theme of the Global Impact Summit is ethics, responsibility, and sustainability, followed in combination with innovation and transformation. The key elements of the Global Impact Summit includes learn, connect, aspire, and innovate. Well, this is a moment to shift our focus to what matters most, which is creating solutions that contribute to people, the planet, and prosperity, and build our progressive paths together. The world is evolving faster than we can comprehend. There is a dramatic shift in the way we live, learn, and we work. The next 10 years of our lives will be the most significant test and prolific opportunity for humankind. We are all feeling this disruption of systemic, social, environmental, and governance changes. This exponential change in the way how businesses operate, whether it is in academia, at the corporates, and across the industries, fundamentally, we are now in the process of reshaping our lives and our future. The summit is the need of the hour. To mark the beginning of this Global Impact Summit, we shall now proceed with lighting of the lamp. I would now like to call upon Honorable Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Honorable CEO, Honorable Vice President, and all our chief guests and guest of honors to please proceed for lighting of the lamp. Well, thank you so much, guests, and for lighting of the lamp. We understand that this day is going to be memorable for all the dignitaries and all the guests who have come from different parts of the world joining us this evening. I would request the IT team to please move on to the next slide. Thank you so much. I would now like to call upon the Chief Executive Officer of Woxsen University, Mr. Vishal Kurma, to give you an official introduction about Mr. Vishal. Vishal Kurma holds the position of CEO of Woxsen University. He is a successful commercial leader and growth hacker. His illustrious career spans over 22 years in consumer goods, retail, telecom, and higher education sector. Vishal has been felicitated with Excellence in Education Award at Higher Education Summit in 2021 and Global Business Excellence Award at the Asia-Africa Leadership Summit 2020. In the past, Vishal's experience has straddled across global and Indian conglomerates with leading brands such as PepsiCo, Coca-Cola, Dabur, Birla Shakti, and Tata Teleservices, catering to names and premium product categories. Under his astute leadership, the brand Woxsen University has become a name to reckon with. Over the last few years, Woxsen has strongly emerged as All India rank 13 in the Times B School ranking and rank 16 in Business World B School survey. Mr. Vishal is responsible for building high-performance teams across crucial functions such as sales, marketing, corporate relations, and student wellness. His strong industry network and steadfast towards career development of students brought in 135 plus leading entrepreneurs and corporates in the last 2 placement cycles at Woxsen University. I would now like to call upon Vishal to address the gathering.
Let me begin with a profound quote that stands true even today. Education is for improving the lives of others and for leaving the community and world better than you found it, said Marian Wright Edelman, a renowned education activist who influenced leaders such as Martin Luther King. Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and honored guests. Let me begin by extending a warm welcome to all the participants of the first Global Impact Summit organized by the passionpreneurs of Woxsen University. I'm delighted to see on this platform notable industry leaders, entrepreneurs, diplomats, government officials, researchers, and academicians from across the globe. The objective is simple yet crucial: to do a bit of a crystal gazing and deliberate on some of the pertinent questions on how to transform society through education and further scale up societal benefit. Our gratitude and a warm welcome to all our plenary as well as featured speakers and presenters, especially those who have come from overseas. I hope you have a wonderful stay in Hyderabad, our very own city of pearls. On behalf of Woxsen University, I would like to convey my highest appreciation to Mr. Ashok Ramachandran, CEO and President Schindler India, our chief guest, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary, INC and IT Government of Telangana, Mr. Andrew Edlefson, Principal Commercial Officer, US Consulate, Hyderabad, Mr. Nishit Jain, Senior Special Advisor, Asia EMFT, Mr. Frank Hoffman, Associate Dean, HHL Leipzig Graduate School of Management from Germany, Dr. Bruno Fernandes, Dean School of Business, the Pontifical Catholic University of Prana from Brazil, Mr. Anvith, Varanasi, Innovation Consultant, Tata and Luminous, Imperial College, London, UK. Dr. Glenn Walter, Professor of Sociology, Khalifa University, UAE. Dr. Ricardo, Archbold, Assistant Professor, Khalifa University, UAE. Mr. Sridhar Gadhi, Founder and Executive Chairman, Quantala. Mr. Rohan Shah, Founder and CEO, Klasovo, USA. Mr. Hugh Du Pham, Co-Founder, Klasovo, USA. Ms. Jennifer Hossain, Assistant Director, Center of International Affairs and Cooperation, UIU, Bangladesh. Mr. Shiv Mehta, author of Protocols of Money and alumnus, New York University Stern School of Business, USA. Mr. Berta Florin, founder, Corruption Kills from Romania, and all other dignitaries. When I was exchanging the pleasantries today morning with some of the guests, quite a few expressed their interest to know the little secret behind this enigmatic name called Woxsen. Woxsen was born in 2014 from the deep-rooted ideology of a prolific thinker and our founder, Mr. Praveen Kumar Pula. It is basically an acronym which expands straight to its purpose, to create a world of extraordinary and smart entrepreneurs for new era. The compelling thought behind the theme of the summit was the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by United Nations. We felt it was our calling to rise and create a platform for an open exchange of ideas which will impel the participants to contribute towards this cause. Today, we need the educational institutions to lead by example towards creating a stellar community of learners who can embrace the 17 Sustainable Development Goals as their way of life. The summit is closely aligned with Woxsen's mission to innovate and transform the conventional educational processes through application of knowledge, research, and industry feedback to further scale up community benefit. While staying true to the core values which we stand for, that is creativity, professionalism, sustainability, equity, and societal welfare. I hope that this conference provides the opportunity to learn with and from each other towards building a strong community of intellectual and professional camaraderie. Thank you all for coming and enjoy the summit.
Thanks a lot, Vishal. Thank you so much, Vishal, for your wisdom and for sharing the journey of Woxsen University with all our guests today. Thank you so much once again. Audience, please give a big round of applause to Mr. Vishal. Well, Woxsen is now on the path to develop an outstanding cadre of international business leaders with sensitivity towards ethics, responsibility, sustainability, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Woxsen's foundation rests on 5 pedestals. First being internationalization, second, research and development, third, corporate alignment, fourth, ethics, responsibility, sustainability, and fifth, being creating the entrepreneurial mindset amongst the student community. Let us now take a look at the video, which is an inaugural video on what makes learning different at Woxsen University.
Integrate research, corporate collaborations, and international teaching into the program. We encourage our students to ideate, incubate, and unleash the most tech-based business ideas.
In School of Design, we offer a dynamic learning environment with a mix of theory and practice to fulfill the industry requirement.
With technology, we like to build a world, a tomorrow, by enabling young minds with futuristic thinking and creativity for India and the world.
The university with a sprawling campus, which is not only a building construction workshop, but also a design studio by itself.
The Gandhi Center, one of Asia's largest invaluable information resource, with over 10,000 volumes of periodicals and over 33,000 online resources.
Bloomberg Lab helps producers of the European ensure the world in touch and provides the students a practical learning and a platform which is being used by institutions world. Trade Tower at Woxsen University is the place for innovation and entrepreneurship. Woxsen, being a very entrepreneurial university, encourages students towards the path of contribution.
For us at Woxsen University, internationalization is one of the core pillars. It promotes sharing of best academic and research practices through developing interactions between diverse education systems and provides opportunities to students and scholars for mobility.
Being a research oriented university, Woxsen is always willing to take research to the classroom.
Structured with international standards and a game for everyone, the league has accommodation for a variety of outdoor games.
Our classrooms at Woxsen are backed by cloud and AI capabilities, which is a digital learning environment. By digital, I mean that it's a technology that bridges the gap between the physical and the digital world.
So, like my colleagues explained, the learning of Woxsen is truly different, led by the 5 pedestals: internationalization, research, entrepreneurship, corporate alignment, and peers. With this, we have set a benchmark in the country and the world.
Established projects in India and neighboring countries in South Asia to enhance the visibility of educational institutions performing in various dimensions across ERS, internationalization, and research as well. Nishit has traveled extensively around Europe, USA, and Far East. During these trips, Nishit has attended several conferences in India and overseas on several forums. Well, Nishit has been at the forefront of setting up the prestigious Ecole Centrale's innovative campus in India, Mahindra Ecole Centrale. He's one of the founding members and advisor executive board member for mutual growth and development. Nishit's entrepreneurial spirit enabled him create today's most spectacular fashion event, India Fashion Week, with a small team of just 3 members. Having worked with the high fashion industry, Nishit enabled him, the fashion industry has enabled Nishit reap the advantage of understanding the Indian culture in particular. I would now like to call upon Nishit to share his opening remarks with us at GIS.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a proud privilege and my honor. Actually, I'm not your guest of honor. It is my honor to be speaking among such illustrious people with a plethora of experience. And I hope I can add some bits of knowledge and experience to the little I've done in the past. Having said that, apparently I didn't structure, as you can see, I just, scribbled. Unlike Vishal and many other faculty colleagues who are, very structured in thought. But I certainly want to say a couple of things. I think Global Impact Summit, what you've just started, has already created an impact. The biggest impact is to bring people together from different walks of life, diversity, as we say. People from all different geographies, which is not easy, especially after pandemic when the mindset has changed that things can happen over the technology, It takes huge courage, investment, and vision to put this together and think, 10, 15, 20, 50 years ahead, that nothing can replace, probably, in my view, face-to-face interaction. Having said that, I would say that JIS, if I may reword this, is a community of intellectuals to have a collective dialogue, which is very essential. Because apparently, whether we like it or not, pandemic has apparently pushed us into this direction to think differently, to think innovatively, be creative. And for that, I think nothing better than a forum like this, because this can't happen over Zoom. That energy cannot come across. I would also say that we as a community which represents the business schools globally, for those of you who may not know EFMD so well, the one-liner is EFMD is the founding body from European Union with a single mandate of enhancing the quality of the management education globally and acting as a bridge between the corporate world and the academic world. Andrew is here from the commercial side. Whatever good we do, if industry doesn't accept it, it has no value. And that's where we act as the enablers, the bridge between the practice and the academia. Having said that, business schools have a very important role to play. We cannot play a passive role anymore. We need to be very deeply rooted, efficient, and also try to be part of the mission of different institutions to, train the future workforce, which are able to take the cognizance of pandemics, wars, and many unforeseen events which may happen in years to come. Before I go, I just want to rest my case. Since everybody will be sharing the views, I thought I'll say my views with 5 C's. So in my view, some of the 5 C's which will become even more important throughout the dialogue during this summit and going further is collaborations, communication, curious, compassionate, and conviction. And very quickly, I'll tell you what I mean by them. So when we say collaborate, customers of the future, and even today, we are all consumers of one thing or the other, and Vishal is a perfect example because of his plethora of experience across the consumer segments. Consumers today need a solution. They don't need a product. I want to come to Woxsen, how I would come, that's all I need. It's for different people to come, collaborate, and make sure that I reach from point A to point B. And that's what is going to happen. And that can only happen through collaboration. We also need to think of electric cars, wherein electric cars is just a substitution to saving the carbon footprint, making a greener environment, but it is not the consumer's choice. The consumer wants to go freely, without any tension, without any stress from point A to point B. Michelin Tires, for those of you who may know, is already on a research wherein they are not going to charge you for the price of the tire. They'll charge you kilometers, how many kilometers they will run. So maybe in future, salaries of graduates may be linked to how much you do. A car tire of Michelin will cost you 1 rupee or less, a few cents less a kilometer. Can you imagine that? And that's all they need. And you'll have your credit card or some bank guarantee which is around that. If the tire doesn't work for after 10 kilometers, it's not your headache. You just exit with 10 rupees, that's all. The second one, if I talk about, is communication. So what I mean by communication with mentors, with friends, with family, will allow us to get better insight into what we want to do. It is very, very essential to communicate with people. It is very important to discuss, to share, and that's what we are all here for. Curiosity. Curiosity you can't live without. If you want to lead the future, you need to dream. And dream will come because of your curiosity in whatever you want to do. It will become the driver of your ambition, how you grow, what you want to do, where you want to do, what is the problem, and how you solve it. compassion. Don't forget this. Especially once you become successful, you are successful, because even to get into Woxsen, I'm pretty sure it is the first step of the success. No, I couldn't get here, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm one of the last benchers, so I can confess. But I can tell you, the very fact that you've come in here is already started to show that you're successful, and you will become even more successful in years to come. So remain humble, remain compassionate, be empathetic. Very important. Don't forget those values. As a person, I would say, when you become a leader, you need to have a 360-degree view. And probably Ashok, as a senior leader here from Schindler, would talk about that you need to have that 360-degree view of the vision of the organization. And that can happen and be imbibed and implemented only when you have the micro, or you've dirtied your hands. You worked on the shop floor, so to say. Till you know that, till you are empathetic, till you know what is the real problem with these people, by being one of them, you can never rise and be a sustainable leader. And lastly, conviction. Conviction is all about perseverance. It's about your passion, which will help the flame lighting. So, Praveenji, I congratulate you for putting that passion to practice, which is not an easy task. And especially in a country and a geography like India, with a number of regulators playing around the world, I think it's commendable. Congratulations. So whatever you do, make sure it is fun, it is bringing you happiness. Otherwise, you will lose your passion and conviction very soon. So try to put more time to find what you enjoy, rather than trying to do what you probably may regret later. Lastly, I'll just leave you with a story. Probably some of you may have heard the story of the scorpion. So there's this scorpion who's on the side of the beach, and he's struggling because he's scared from the water. There is a saint. He picks up the scorpion and puts it on the sand. The scorpion bites him. He starts to bleed. There's a young boy next to him. He puts the scorpion and puts it back into the water. The saint goes back again and again does the same thing. He puts it back, the scorpion bites. The young boy puts it back into the water. 3-4 times after, the young boy says, "Saint, you're foolish. Don't you see you're profusely bleeding? And this scorpion is biting you every time." He said, "Young boy, my job as a saint is to save. Scorpion's role is to bite. I will do what I have been practicing and doing all my life. So remember, follow your passion, and people do not change so quickly, so therefore you need to learn. This is not the end, Woxsen. Continue to learn all your life, be open to learn, be agile, and that's what the future corporates would like. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you so much, Nishit. It's a pleasure listening to you always, and we have had a lot of conversations over Zoom, and in the last 2 years, this has been a lot of online communication. So today, seeing you in person, it's, I think, a visual and auditory treat for all of us to listen about EFMD, about some of the key learnings from your journey, and I'm sure all of us have a lot to take back home today. I would now like to call upon Honorable Chancellor, Mr. Praveen K. Pula, to felicitate Mr. Nishit Jain with a memento from Woxsen University. Audience, please give a big round of applause. Well, thank you so much. Now, it gives me immense pleasure to invite Mr. Andrew Edlefson, the guest of honor, to address the gathering. Andrew Edlefson is the commercial officer in the US and Foreign Commercial Service, currently serving as Principal Commercial Officer in the US Consulate in Hyderabad, India. There he oversees USFCS operations in the states of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and Odisha, helping US companies successfully enter the Indian market. Previously, Andrew served in the West Los Angeles US Export Assistance Center and in New Delhi, India, where he managed several industry sectors, including travel, tourism, education, franchising, agribusiness, financial services, among others. Prior to joining the Foreign Service, Andrew was the director of the US Export Assistance Center in Las Vegas, New York, USA. There he and his staff worked directly with Nevada companies, providing export and trade-related assistance, including market research and matchmaking services. Andrew has also served for 2 years as the first global Asia team leader, managing a team of over 200 CS staff. Prior to moving to Las Vegas in July 2008, Andrew served as International Trade Specialist in the Utah Export Assistance Center in Salt Lake City, and also worked in Utah Governor's Office of Economic Development, International Trade and Diplomacy Office, focusing primarily in the Asia region. Andrew has a wealth of experience in international business, particularly in the aviation industry, having done consulting work for over more than 10 years in the US aviation companies, exploring China, in addition to having spent several years working in Taiwan and other parts of the world. Andrew has served as special advisor to the US Department of Commerce China Business Information. Please welcome Andrew Edlefson, the guest of honor, with a big round of applause.
Wow, thank you for that introduction. I really should shorten my bio. Sometimes less is more. But thank you for that nice introduction. Chancellor Pula, Vice Chancellor Chalam, members of the governing board, faculty and students, and other dignitaries here today. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very honored and appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and represent the United States government and tell you a little bit about what the US government is doing to bridge India and the United States on the education front. I always appreciate a chance to come face to face with students in India and any other country because you truly are the leaders, the future leaders of India, and in some cases, the future leaders of the world, depending on where your career path takes you. I always recall one thing that one of my professors taught me, or told me when I was in college and in grad school. He said, never take for granted an opportunity to learn at any point in your life. Also, you should take advantage of chances to serve. Always be diligent in your pursuit of a quality education in this life. and strive to make a big difference in the world you're living in. These three precepts have always stuck with me throughout my life. I don't know why. I wasn't particularly fond of this professor. Not many of his students liked him, but he taught me some really great things. What I hope to accomplish today is to highlight some of the things that the US government is doing and what I'm doing in my particular position to further and strengthen the bridge between the United States and India, and how we're strengthening our education partnerships. I know that Woxsen University has established some tremendous partnerships with several US universities. We love to see this, and we'd like to see more of these partnerships established in the future. So you're probably wondering, why is a commercial officer from the United States government here to talk to you today? Well, education continues to be one of the most important bridges between our two countries. Not only from a cultural and education standpoint, but also a commercial standpoint. International trade, the trade of commodities and services between our two countries is growing every year. I would note that in 2021, the trade of commodities and services between the US and India reached its highest level ever at $159 billion. And we hope to see this same type of growth and upward trend in our educational exchanges and education partnerships. And India, as you may be aware, hasn't been shy about sending students to the United States to study, primarily in graduate studies. India has become one of the fastest growing sources for outbound students, outpacing China in terms of annual growth prior to the pandemic. According to the Open Doors report in 2020-2021, over 167,000 Indian students were studying in the United States. Now, this is down from just a couple of years ago when we were over 200,000 Indian students studying in the US. But the current number composes over 1/3 of India's total students studying in other countries. So of the Indian student population in the United States, 41% are graduate students, 14% are undergraduate students, and 44% are classified as pursuing optional practical training, or OPT. And out of the 167,000 students, Indian students in the United States, 35% study math and computer science, 34% are studying engineering, and 11% are selecting business studies and management. A little background about my educational career or past is I actually studied, when I was 19 years old, I had the opportunity to live in Taiwan for a few years and work there. And I was fortunate to have learned Mandarin Chinese. So I decided later on to study Chinese and business as my major in college, and then do an MBA after that. Definitely knowing another language, particularly a widely spoken language, has opened many doors for me in my life. It's created lots of job opportunities and really expanded my network. So I hope that each of you, as you continue your studies here and graduate and go on to a great and successful career, that you have the opportunities to travel and live overseas and open your network of people definitely contacts that can help you with your career. The U.S. Mission India, so as far as my organization, I work for the U.S. Commercial Service, which is technically part of the U.S. Department of Commerce. We have 7 offices around India. As was mentioned in my introduction, I served in New Delhi a few years ago. It was my first assignment as a foreign officer. And prior to that, I was working in the aerospace field doing consulting, mostly in China. So I was helping American companies find aviation opportunities and partnerships throughout China for many, many years before I joined the government. And before I went to New Delhi, I was our officer or director in Las Vegas, Nevada for about 10 years. So we're hoping to see these numbers of Indian students increasing over the next several years. Undergraduate candidates of Indian students in America comprise 30% of Indian students and have been the engine for growth of new Indian students traveling to the U.S. for their education experience. The U.S. Mission in India, so our consulates and embassy throughout India, have issued over 62,000 student and exchange visitor visas during 2021. And we're hoping those numbers will continue to rise as we grow our staffing and officer presence here in India. As you may have heard, we are in the process of building a brand new U.S. consulate in Hyderabad, which is planned to be open in November or December this year. Increasing our capacity to process U.S. visas, including student visas. We'll be going from 12 visa appointment windows in our current facility to 54 in our new consulate opening later this year. The U.S. Commercial Service continues to seek opportunities for partnerships between the United States and India. We offer many types of programs and incentives for Indian institutions looking to partner with U.S. universities and colleges. These include twinning programs, dual degree programs, curriculum development, student exchange programs, facility exchange programs, joint research programs, online programs, and professional training services. I would highlight, we do get involved in many virtual education fairs and organize trade missions, which bring U.S. universities to India to seek out partnerships. I would highlight one trade mission that we are organizing in September of this year. These trade missions offer an opportunity for U.S. universities to travel to India and meet and shake hands with Indian educational institutions throughout the country. These trade missions seek to connect U.S. education institutions and businesses operating in the educational sector to university institution partners, education consultants, and potential students in India. This mission will include stops in New Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, as well as Hyderabad, Kolkata, Ahmedabad, and Chennai. And we look for more opportunities to introduce U.S. universities and encourage Indian students to seek out education opportunities in the United States. So it's been my pleasure to come and speak to you today to introduce myself as the commercial attaché in U.S. Consulate Hyderabad. And I appreciate any opportunity to speak with you and tell you more about what we do and encourage you to continue your studies and find opportunities to partner overseas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for your words about US. And I'm sure with your factual information about the progress which US has made in terms of promoting the higher education involvement with the Indian institutions is commendable. So thank you so much, and we appreciate the efforts made by the US consulate. I would now like to call upon Honorable Chancellor, Mr. Praveen Pula, to come to the dais and felicitate Mr. Andrew Edlefson, Principal Commercial Officer, US Consulate. Audience, may we please have a big round of applause. Well, thank you so much. So we shall now have a 15 minutes break, and from there on we shall proceed to the next segment of the first day of the Global Impact Summit. The guests, please note that the tea and snacks is just served opposite to this summit venue. The room just opposite to the GIS Summit venue. We'll see you once again after 15 minutes. Thank you. Welcome everyone once again after the tea snacks break. We welcome you once again to the Global Impact Summit brought to you in association with EFMD Global, QS, ETS, LinkedIn Local, and IMA. We shall now proceed with sharing Woxsen University's journey with you through our very own leader, Dr. Raul Villamarin Rodriguez, Vice President, Woxsen University. Dr. Raul holds a PhD in Artificial Intelligence and Robotics Process Automation Applications in Human Resources. Dr. Rodriguez's specific areas of expertise and interest are machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, computer vision. Dr. Raul is a registered expert in artificial intelligence, intelligent systems, multi-agent systems at the European Commission, a nominee for Forbes 30 Under 30 Europe 2020 list, and an awardee in the Europe India 40 Under 40 leaders. Alongside this, Dr. Raul is a member of the GRLI Deans and Directors cohort. He is a regular keynote speaker and a panel moderator at various national and international conferences and summits such as machine learning conferences, AI summits. He's also a member of the Harvard Business Review Advisory Council, the ETS Business School Advisory Council in India. In fact, one of the only 5 members in India to be in the board member from ETS Business School Advisory Council. And he's also associated with the Institute for Robotics Process Automation and Artificial Intelligence. Dr. Raul is engaged in responsible research across his career, especially through RRBM, PRME, GRLI. He has co-authored 2 reference books, New Age Leadership, A Critical Insight, and Retail Store E, which has more than 70 publications by Dr. Raul to his credit. Please welcome Dr. Raul Rodriguez with a big round of applause.
Well, let me first apologize. I'm going to bore you with very strategic planning right after snacks, which is not very conducive for me. So let us start with that. Let me first compliment our CEO as well as the guest of honors. They have already introduced what the summit will be like from their perspective. Mr. Vishal Kurma has introduced the university at large and why the summit. So my complementation will come mainly from the ground activity operational side of it, from the larger strategic vision to the ground level and future development plans, because most of you, most probably, in my interactions 10 minutes back, were pretty alien to where are we going? Yes, I know there is a summit, I know what the purpose of the summit is, but where things are heading towards. Though I've been in touch with most of you somewhere here and there. But nevertheless, let us touch a larger picture, which have already been explained, which is the 5 key pedestals. Now, there are going to be presentations in this summit, which are going to cover most of them, especially internationalization and research. Now, you can call it pedestals, you can call it USPs, you may name it as you find convenient, but the moot point is that from the strategic point to the ground activities, that means the lectures, the events, the exchange of ideas, students, and faculty are all related to each of these parameters across all the schools. It's not just the School of Business, it's across all the spectrum. Consequently, and having all the deans present here of all the schools, every single school, irrespective of business, architecture, design, engineering, humanities or law, they all align to each of these aspects. You might wonder how. When you have a clear vision, like a Bible, you follow that to the core. Internationalization is across the spectrum, which anyways Mr. Chahat Misra will be covering later today. But one of the key aspects is that for every semester or term at the university, in every school, we have at least one international faculty of repute teaching at least one subject in full. Alongside exchange of faculty, right now we have 2 faculty abroad, one in Johannesburg in South Africa and one in Paris in France. And of course, student exchange, we have multiple abroad right now. In the upcoming September, we'll be hosting 10 students, out of which 8 are from France. And well, Denmark is also in the picture. We look forward to hosting HHL students as well, of course. Though we have hosted Dominic Kambach very recently. And research is very critical to us. In this spectrum, we have adjunct faculty, which he will explain later, but we have multiple international adjunct faculty. And they don't just teach. They collaborate for consulting, they collaborate for research. They write joint research with us. That is the purpose of what we are looking at. That is where the research spectrum comes in the picture, which is led by Dr. Nagaraj and Dr. Shairam sitting here, who will also explain the research strategy at the university. So I'm not going to stop too much into that because the spotlight is theirs, not mine. Similarly, you have corporate alignment. This is very interesting, and I have a very clear case study here. Mr. Ashok Ramachandran has come here earlier, I think a couple of months back, if I'm not wrong, for a session with the students, and then faculty interaction and subsequent collaboration with Sree. This is a case sample of what we aim to do. We are not looking directly at a profit-oriented partnership. We are looking more of a collaborative partnership at the first go, and see how we develop the relationship and merge that so-called industry-academia relation. Now, this is a very broad term, but we are looking at it for the ground activity. If I have a subject and I am teaching something, at least I will dedicate 5 sessions of my module out of 20 for a corporate professional to come and bring that corporate experience. Also, which was mentioned earlier, we do send faculty on internship too. So students obviously will go on internship, but faculty do also go on internship. We send them to the corporates, especially junior faculty who just finished their PhD and may or may not have corporate experience, so they learn what the corporate looks like and what pressure looks like. You cannot teach, especially in my field, I come from a more techno-managerial field, I cannot claim that I know how to program machine learning algorithms in management if I'm not going in the industry and collected data. Similarly, we have Mr. Shipmeta here, just pops to mind, blockchain or crypto. You cannot learn from the books. You have to learn from the field. You have to really bleed and sweat in order to learn it. And of course, teach it. So this is a very critical aspect to us. And there are two more critical aspects. And these are very important because one of them is mentioned over there in the big backdrop. And that is the main key aspect of the summit, which is ERS, which is ethics, responsibility, and sustainability. One simple example, I think, will explain it all. These are three elements, ERS. For all of you, because all of you have come to campus, you might have crossed a rural area, which is nearby the campus, also called village area, rural area. We have taken an initiative in partnership with Monmouth University in New Jersey, an ACSB accredited institution, in order to do a joint CSR ERS-oriented project. They have provided us with, number one, financial funds, around $1,500 to $2,000 has come to us, and their students and faculty have recorded classes, pre-recorded in a synchronous mode, so this can go to the students in the rural area and teach them aspects such as English communication, basics of finance, and general life skills. Our own students, who many of them are present here today, are also going to the village area and trying to help that region to develop. So very simply put, we are right now hosting approximately some 250 kids. Kids meaning in the age range of 6 to 12, 13 years old approximately, to really upbring them. Because see, let us be clear, we are in India and the rural area is massive. If we are not doing anything to contribute and uplift the rural regions, then we are not good for anything as an academic institution. We have to do it. In fact, we are all pretty well-to-do in life. We all have the basics amenities and as well as the extras. Why not to contribute and of course train the students to contribute and learn how to uplift society from scratch? That is what is critical. If we don't do that, once again, we will have failed as academicians, including me as well. We all have failed. That is why it's very critical to us. And this is linked directly to entrepreneurship. We have an incubation center, which you will be seeing today in the evening during the campus tour. It's based in the big building, which is the central library, which is there. Here, we are mainly focusing on social entrepreneurship on various areas. So we are looking mainly at areas of healthcare, as well as green energy and net zero orientation. That you will see once that is explained to you, but this is mainly the orientation towards it. And honestly, one of the wild dreams that I might come across from this is if we are able to train one of the rural areas' children and become entrepreneurs and fund them. That will be a game changing if we could do that. Training students who have the facilities, it is game changing, but training those who do not have the facilities, that is truly game changing in that case. Now, to give you a rundown, because nobody has run through this yet, every year we are launching new programs. Every year we're coming up with new initiatives. Right now we have 5 conforming schools, 1 in the making. And you can see there are 2 schools that have multiple programs. That is the School of Business as well as the School of Technology. The School of Design is the second largest school where we have also multiple programs that spread across 4 spectrums, which will be in the next slide. Then it's the School of Architecture, School of Humanities, and the School of Law, which is to be launched yet in the upcoming academic year. If you see the School of Business, we started years back with the PGDM at the time, now MBA program, and that is divided into various segments. One of the critical segments, which is our, we can say, forte, or to be our forte, because of substantial investment across the spectrum, is financial services, which is a very niche program, extremely niche program. Though our larger program is MBA General with 5 specializations, the FinServ program, you will see today the Bloomberg Finance Lab in the campus tour, It's a very niche domain in which, again, Ship Meta contributes gladly because he's part of the board of studies member as well. The business analytics side, we have multiple labs, analytics lab, AI lab, so we are merging that gap of management and technology, which is normally there in the industry. And we have a executive MBA, to name it, in a global spectrum, where attach the corporate professionals, as we were discussing earlier, what we do in executive education, so that is one of the areas as well. And if we move to the UG side, you can see BBA has a fit for everybody's needs, basically. And alongside is the BCom program. So since in the BBA there is no clear demarcation for commerce or accounting or taxation alone, we jump into the BCom program as well. So we have a larger spectrum for that, for the wider audience. And the BCom program is ACCA accredited. So it's also having a UK-based accreditation for the program. And before I jump to another school, let me tell you, the School of Business is the school at the university that is running right now on 2 accreditations simultaneously, which is pretty ambitious. And I think, Nishit, you might also agree to that, running on 2 separate channels at the same time. One is ACSB accreditation, and the other is EFMD for the MBA program accreditation. And of course, the plans are very wide. We are looking forward, at the School of Business in particular, to having an FT, Financial Times ranked institution in the not so long term. After EFMD, I can tell you we are jumping to EQUIS as well, in the short duration of time, of course, once we think we are fit for it. And ACSB is already in progress, and we've got pretty good remarks for that as well. But this is not the only part of it. We have 2 more schools on the slide, School of Architecture and Humanities. Humanities is new, it's been launched in the upcoming academic year, but the School of Architecture is also recognized and highly acclaimed, praised by the Council of Architecture, led by Professor Abhijit Shirodkar. So the School of Architecture is, you can see the infrastructure in the campus. Our campus itself is a training ground for the school. It has become that, it has become an experimental training ground, which we truly make use of at all times. And then you have, as I told you, the remaining schools. School of Technology, School of Art and Design, let us start with this. A School of Tech, I can tell you, the team led by Dr. Kiran, of course, has been doing a fantastic job across the spectrum. Their main focus, though is divided, but the main focus that you can see in the correlation is computer science engineering with very new age specializations, extremely new age specializations. And then you have the more conventional domains to it as well, which are present there. But one of our key elements, as I mentioned again, is computer science with various streams and the mechatronics, which is also called robotics in the real world. And you have the robotics lab over there, which you will be seeing during the campus tour. And you will see how students themselves are manufacturing the robots. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I believe on the 13th, meaning the after tomorrow, you will be seeing a students' exhibition. Students, many of them who are present here, they will show you what they've done, what their projects are. So it's not just about me doing big talk, you will see it. So we are going to show it to you live. And the School of Design, we are also truly proud of the school led by Dr. Aditi Saxena. You have 4 main streams, which is fashion, industrial, earlier called product design, communication design, and interior design. Interior is going to match directly or indirectly with the School of Architecture also. And before I forget, we do have PhD programs in business, tech, and arts and design, these 3 streams at the moment. And we have approximately some new 19 scholars that just joined us recently. And of course, the prior 14 were already there. And now we have the next intake in July. So we're looking forward to develop this cycle of scholars at the university level, which is going to complement the research strategy, which will be explained later. And one more school is upcoming in the upcoming academic year, which is the School of Law with BBLLB and BALLB. Now, I think I've given you enough introduction on the programs and enough introduction on the pedestals, but what do we do on the ground activities? This image basically gives you a larger spectrum. I have tried to make it as graphical as possible so you do not get bored with so much data. But you can observe 3 key areas. One is a general area, the other is research area, and the last is accreditations / rankings, which is only going to happen once these 2 are successful. So this is a byproduct of the success of the above. If you see the general spectrum is going to touch upon the student capacity, which is directly linked to our performance. Very simply put, if we are doing the right thing and we are promoting our activities and what we are good at in the right way, students will always come. Consequently, if students of quality come in the picture, we continue to do the right training and the right processes, the right corporate alignment when it comes to employment of the students will also take place. Believe me, we are really looking forward to students getting those job opportunities by themselves through their own network, to being able to build that network as well across the spectrum. That's why one very critical aspect to us, and I don't think you will see this very often in institutions, is, and I've pestered students quite a bit with this, for us it's very critical that every single student at the university has an updated LinkedIn profile at all times. And we're giving guidelines on how it should look like. If you see any of our students' LinkedIn, they all look the same, with the same structure. And it has to be that way, because, see, you all know, giving CVs or giving visiting cards in a post-pandemic scenario is very rare now. You normally give or add on LinkedIn directly, and they will check you on LinkedIn directly. So this is very critical to us. And of course, this will lead to high employability in the long run. In terms of internationalization, that I'll not touch in detail, but right now we have 77 partners, if I'm not wrong, and the target for the next 3 years is 200 plus. Now, this is not for the sake of having partners. I can tell you, for every single one of the 77, we have at least 2 activities per semester with each of them. In fact, one of the most recent one has been with Dr. Bruno's institution, and that is also going to be starting very fast in the short run with activities. Corporate MOUs as well. What do I mean by corporate MOUs? I don't mean just signing a MOU, and certainly I'm not looking at it from only the employability perspective. I'm looking at it from them coming and aligning with our curriculum, then coming and helping us developing our curriculum, giving faculty internships, which are unpaid anyway. It's not costing them anything, but it helps us develop our faculty pool much more. And of course, research is also there. In case you may have forgotten, corporates do have research, and they have research cells. They have white papers, they have case studies, they publish. So that is where we can also contribute using the data, and we are looking at the spectrum too. And on the research front, you will anyways be touching upon it, but you can see some of the key numbers which we are looking at, and the progress. Please note this is Vision 2025. It's a 5-year plan drafted 2 years back. So now we are already 2 years in the picture, and the progress has been quite substantial, because out of the 200 target, at the beginning was 0, now it's 77. So the progress has been quite substantial. And the same is going to continue across the entire spectrum. And once we are good to go on these areas, then this area comes. Now, at the moment, we are already running into other areas, as I mentioned earlier, but we are also performing on the national rankings and international rankings, one which is coming out in the month of June, which is the positive impact rating, which we have also participated, and we have got quite very good feedback. And we are also looking at that international spectrum actively. And let us not hide it. Our target is top QS rank, top FT rank for the business school. And of course, all that comes from the roots, not from the rankings itself. That is a consequence of our good performance on the long run. So now that I've touched very quickly, and I hope it's not too much information so far, on the overall vision and pedestals, let me tell you what is already there, and some of the things which are coming up, some of them. I'm not going to disclose everything to you. I would like to keep you a bit intrigued over the last 2 days. If I give you all the information today on day 1, then you will maybe not come tomorrow. So I have to keep you a bit intrigued and waiting for more. So that I will do now. You will be visiting the campus. It is original campus master plan, original one. Obviously, not all has been developed yet, needless to say. But during the campus tour today, you will be seeing most of it, and you will be really amused by the kind of infrastructure, which is it's a mixture of Indo-Western infrastructure, especially the Western side of it, and how the kind of high-end, luxurious infrastructure we provide to both staff and students is here at Woxsen, which is one of its kind in India. In fact, the Bloomberg Lab, which I was talking about earlier, we are at the moment, the second largest in the country, with 20 terminals of Bloomberg, which is very, very, very rare. In fact, we are the first one till 2 weeks back. So now we are second runner-up, and this is really very rare, I can tell you. So you can see there are more than 1 million SFT area built in the campus. These are some of the areas mentioned. Let me run you through some of the images. All right. You will be visiting most of these areas. In fact, you are in one of them, which is the classroom. This is a 120-seater classroom, so you can sit up to 120 people. You can, of course, extend it with. So our capacity is pretty large on these classrooms. We have 2 classrooms like this, and the rest are all going on the spectrum of 85, 70 seaters. So we can always sit a large section of students and take a class easily, at ease. But of course, the Central Library, I don't want to disclose all the secrets to you. I want you to visit it and see it. But from the Central Library to the sports complex, to the hostel area, the large oval area, which is really very substantial for the eatery. We have 2 restaurants on campus, gymnasium, pool, whatnot. We have a medical center, and we have a convenience store also. So if you ask me, what do we look like? We look like a mini city. We are trying to become self-sustaining, and we are, of course, aiming to become a micro city within this area and within Hyderabad itself. And it will be an educational city, basically. And some of these areas have already been developed. For example, the sports complex, though the indoor badminton court is just coming up, but the rest is already built, which you will see today. This is what you could call the eating area, or the canteen, for more colloquial terms. The second floor is almost ready, and that will have a substantial capacity to do, at a time, students of around 700. The new residential area, which is also coming up. When you were coming to campus, you might have seen on the left 2 tall buildings over there, like residential-looking complex. Those are the ones. And that is a G12 and G18, so that will be approximately 12 to 18 floors, depending on the growth, of course. And, well, you can see on top of the eating area, there will be a sort of garden over there. We are trying to build that ecosystem. In fact, opposite to this building, there is a vegetable garden coming up, which is going to be cultivated by students, not by us. And really, this will be one of its kind, because if we are able to sustain that in a model, we will use the production of that vegetable garden in our own eatery. So it will be a circular economy, basically, which is what we are aiming at. And this is more of the new academic blocks and residential blocks. The new one that has come up is already built, which is on that side. You will be visiting it, so no problem. And there is one more, which is the upcoming School of Law. You can see the design is extremely modern, and this will also be ready in the next couple of years. And of course, we are looking, every school that we start, we look at it as the school in the country, the school in Asia, and who knows, the school in the world, for example. And we are looking at that. It's not something that we are thinking of. It's something that we are acting upon. That's something that we really have embedded it within our bloodstream. Now, if you look at a sample, of course, this will vary up or down depending on the various factors, like pandemic happened to us. This is a substantial student growth calculation per annum basis every academic year. Right now, we have approximately 1,500 students on campus, up and down. The growth is going to be continuous, every new intake in every academic year. So, of course, by 2025-26, we'll be looking at a student capacity of approximately 10,000 students on campus. Please bear in mind, we are a residential campus. 10,000 students, you may think, okay, US universities may have 200,000. Agreed, but they travel every day. We do have a residential campus. That means from the eating capacity to the healthcare center to the stay, everything is in campus. So 10,000 is a pretty large number. Extremely large number, in fact, for a residential campus. Of course, we have day scholars who commute daily. Nevertheless, the numbers are pretty substantial, especially with all the facilities provided. And lastly, will be the research output. And by output, they will explain more in detail, but by output, we don't mean just publications in journals. We mean many things. We mean journals, book chapters, conference proceedings, patents, design registrations, whatnot. Even consulting comes within the research output as well. And the kind of categories and indexings we look at are mentioned over there. We do not deviate from that. This is the benchmark. and we do not allow students, neither faculty, to deviate from it. And one special remark before I leave you is every student at the institution, when they enroll and before they graduate, as part of their graduating criteria, they have to produce a piece of research output. They cannot leave the institution just by passing exams and attending classes. They have to produce research output in partnership or collaboration with a faculty member, either full-time or adjunct. So again, from BBA to MBA to design to BTech, architecture, everybody has to produce a piece of research output in either of the categories mentioned here. This is very critical because institutions don't do that normally. Please understand that at UG level, asking a student who just came from school that, hey, now you have to publish a research paper, they have no clue what it is. They don't even know what the Scopus is. So you have to train them from scratch and make them publishable, because when they go to corporates or higher education, do you really think, and Ashok is here, if I give you a student who has 3 research papers published in line with your company's operations, wouldn't that be value? You can see the corporate demands are there, and we go for that alone. And with this, I conclude here. I hope I've been brief enough and give you the information required for you to have an overview of the university. Of course, the upcoming presentations will cover the areas in detail. I look forward to interacting with you over lunch as well. Thank you very much for coming, and wish you a nice summit. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Rahul, for sharing the vision of Woxsen and showing us how Woxsen will look like in the next few years from now by focusing on some of the key pillars, whether it is research or internationalization or entrepreneurship. I think in the next 2 days, you will see most of it on campus, by interacting with our faculty members, our students, and of course, visiting the campus also in the campus tour. So, thanks a lot once again, Dr. Rahul, for sharing this with us. I would now like to call upon our chief guest, Mr. Ashok Ramachandran, the CEO and President, Schindler India. In this VUCA world, which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, who wouldn't want to get elevated in their respective sectors? Well, it is our honor to welcome a man who exemplifies a highly passionate, inspired, and a result-oriented top talent general management professional with diverse experience ranking from leading businesses in mature markets to fast-growing emerging markets. Whether it is developing and coaching talent, designing and guiding strategies, sales management, end-to-end profit and loss account management, and generating results in a variety of markets and environments are among Ashok's key accomplishments. Mr. Ramachandran has led his organization, Schindler, in Australia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Brunei. The company Schindler is one of the largest leading providers of escalators and elevators in India and the world. Please note, Schindler is one of the top 2 providers of escalators and elevators in India by market share. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming none other than Mr. Ashok Ramachandran, CEO and President Schindler India at the Global Impact Summit 2022.
we want to have a good active participation, I'm going to make my whole session very interactive, and I'll be walking around a little bit. That's how I get a lot of my energy as well. Okay, so before I say anything, I'm going to just play this small little game. Sorry, can you please use the mic?
Yeah, that will be good. Am I audible? Yeah? Okay, great. Thank you. So the game is this. I'm going to just get some volunteers, anyone. I want you to tell me what's your favorite color and what are the adjectives you would use, why you chose that color. So I want to start with you. Your favorite color and any adjectives. Oh, so blue, unlimited. Okay. Anyone else? Any volunteers? Yeah. Purple? You wear? I see. Why? I mean, any adjectives for purple? Beautiful. Okay. Keep that thought. Yes?
My favorite color is also blue, but it has a
calming effect. Okay. Yes? Red? Vibrant. Okay. We'll take yes? White? Peace. Okay. So what this means is, this is what you think about you. Whatever you said as the adjectives, that's what you feel you are as a person. Now this is not research backed, it's a bit of a fun game, so I guess you can think about it. Does it reflect who you are? Do you feel that way? You do, right? So it's a little bit of reflection on that. The next question is, what's your favorite animal? And again, some adjectives of that. Yeah? Butterfly? Love? Okay. Peacock? Expansive. Anyone? Yep. Dog? Unconditional love, yeah. I get that, I have one, so. Rahul? Lion. Power, okay. Yes. Elephant. Leader, okay. So this means what you think others think about you, right? So this is a little bit of a fun game before we get into it. Let's get started. Leadership with love is a quote that defines me as a person. My goal in life has been about creating an army of leaders who will go on to achieve their professional and personal success. Yes, I do happen to be a CEO, but I firmly believe that that is not what should define me. What should define me is how I behave, how I interact, and how I treat people. I want all of you to think about this. I want all of you to think about, what do you feel represents you? When people ask you to introduce yourself, do you feel it's your title? It's how much you make as a money that defines you? Do you have a bigger purpose? What is that 30-second introduction that you can give that makes people think about you even after a long time you've left? So I want to leave this thought before I go to the next question, which is to the theme of this conference. The question I want to ask is, why do you think companies and brands fail? What are the key reasons you feel some companies and some brands have failed? Not able to connect. Come on, students. Yes.
Maybe they are not able to provide the best customer experience.
Not providing best customer experience. Okay. Yep.
not actually solving the problem.
Not solving the real problems.
Yes.
I would say it's a combination of networking and implementation. For example, networking, communicating, and instead of just looking at growing your own business, you need to grow your network also. Because like one of the things I do in the U.S. is consulting, and so I'm not trying to fee for introducing people, the network part of it. But my business also grows because as they network, they come to me for their consulting.
So the collaborative approach is missing. That's why you think companies fail. Yes, Shiv. Yes. Not executing. And I'm sure everybody knows the research, right? That 90% companies fail because of poor execution. Yes, Shiv. Fear of failure. Not taking enough?
Not taking enough
Risks, yeah. Yes, sir.
I think it's system issues. One problem is not having a suitable system to achieve the desired performance. The other is to have, the other end is to have a system that is too complicated and restrictive to achieve.
So complexity, right? Complexity. I think there was one. Okay, lack of ESG. Very true. I think we have seen a lot of examples of what we've heard today in real world organization. Now, that's what we spoke about. I want to bring your attention to active inertia, which I think is one of the key reasons, along with all the things that we all heard here. I'm sure many of you know what is active inertia, but to put it in very simple language, and I've seen this happen not just for brands and organizations, but also for people. So, we all work in a certain way, and it has brought us a lot of results. You know, there's a famous book, What Got You Here Does Not Get You There, right? And that is the philosophy of active inertia. So, when we face external challenges, we just think that we will work a little bit more harder without changing anything, and we expect that the results will change. And we all know that, I don't know if you know, but you should know, it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. You cannot keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result, which is the definition of insanity. But we all do it. Day in and day out, we do it without thinking about it. How many times have you, if you are trying to lose weight, you just keep running on the treadmill all day, but you still go and have your burger 4 times a day. And then if you think you're not losing weight, you run another 20 minutes more harder. You think you're going to lose any weight? You don't. This is, I think, a big reason why organizations, brands, people fail as well. And to me, when we link the theme of what we see here, ethics, responsibility, sustainability, with brands failing, I wanted to particularly focus on a couple of points from here. And I'm going to focus on that, and we're going to have an interaction on that. Another question. I know the obvious answers, so I would like to hear a little bit more other answers as well. Yes, Preeti? Yeah, okay. Google? Tesla? Thank you. Schindler? Kia, okay. Xiaomi. Grameen Bank, yes, definitely. Boeing, somebody said. The Boring Company. Airlines. The Boring Company, right? Yeah. Because airlines, there's a Netflix series running. That's what I was a bit concerned, IKEA, great. I think these are all wonderful brands. We know about how innovative they have been. And I want to focus a little bit not on how do we innovate, the ideation phase and all that. I want to bring you all to a very simple concept. As individuals, as organizations, Innovation can start from a very simple concept of continuous improvement. I've always believed in this. You don't have to do path-breaking stuff and then say, we are the most innovative company or innovative person for that matter as well. If we can improve something every day, every month, even by 1%, by end of the year, we've improved something by 15, 20%. That itself automatically, innovation starts. I think a lot of people get into this mode of, I have to introduce AI, I have to introduce cloud, and we said we want to be innovative. And we fail. I'm telling you, the reality is, I always tell this to students that the most important skill you have to develop is to live in gray. College life is black and white. You write an exam, you have a result. He showed you a lot of statistics on your pay packages and placements and everything. So you have some idea. If I do this, this is a predictable outcome. But organizations are not black and white. We deal with gray every day because we are bound by so many external factors. When we were getting out of COVID, the market was really doing very well in India, and market is still doing very well. I was super pumped. I'm like, this is amazing. We're going to really improve our profitability. It's going to be fantastic. And then the whole supply chain issue started. Shortage of chips, microchips. And guess what? All elevators need microchips for our PCB boards. Now I have, it's become, I have a quota system from Schindler Group. I only get every month X number of PCB boards. Because that's a volume that Schindler has got globally as well. So all the plans has to change, adapt. We have to be agile. The expectation from corporate is we still deliver on our top line and bottom line and on making it a great place to work and giving them high salary increase and managing the chip shortage. This is the reality. And I'm sure your reality is the same as running a college. So continuous improvement for me is a very simplistic way of working on innovation. Start from there. And start from yourself more than anything else. Before we start comparing and complaining about everything else outside our influence and control, what have you done to innovate yourself? To incrementally increase yourself? It's because we will close down, right? We know the facts. I think the famous example everybody knows about is Nokia. When they had the technology for a smartphone, and they just did not believe it. They kept thinking that Apple is not a phone. And we have all the examples we've heard of Kodak and a whole lot of things. My favorite memories growing up in India is the telephone booths, the Xerox shops, the photo studios. You don't see them at all, I don't even know if people remember. As a college student, it was all about taking Xerox copies, right? We even use the word Xerox, not even photocopies. So this is why, of course, everybody knows that. Remember everybody, the Cadbury's ad? For me, one of the great example of an Indian company, which is over generations. So this is for all the people from overseas, it's a chocolate company. And they have been making amazing ads just to make you eat the chocolate. That's all, nothing else. But they touch the emotions. They work during the Indian festivals. They make eating a chocolate as an emotion. And every one of us from our generation, we remember the Cadbury's ad. The girl that runs to the cricket field to meet her boyfriend who's just made a big run or something. That's what for me, very simple. They have not changed the product much, but they've innovated by the way they touch your emotions. So whether it is product innovation, design innovation, people innovation, we can all think about it. How to think and what to observe is what, to me, forms the crux of innovation. And again, I don't want to go into technical details. We won't have time for that. But if you observe the incremental improvements in yourself, in the organization, if you use proper data analytics. I don't know how many of you here know the story of Asian Paints in India. It is still the largest paint company in Asia. They have over 60-70% market share. Huge case study, one of the first companies to buy supercomputer. They know more than the shop selling the paint, which particular shop can sell how much at which point in the day. And they would have their supply chain, yes. Excellent. Yeah, they are amazing. You know, a lot of foreign companies have come to India. They're still not able to do anything with the market share that Asian Paints holds. It's a great example for me of a very, a very industrial kind of equipment that's innovating so differently. I'll take my own company's example. We all know the good old elevator, right? It's one of the first Schindler elevators installed in the world with typical wooden doors. And now, in fact, Schindler India and Schindler Germany are the pilot for something like this. This is basically using elevator doors as advertising space. Inside the elevator as well, we have come up with a digital advertising space. Schindler India has the biggest digital out-of-home company in India is Times. You must have seen the boards in airports, right? Times OOH. They have 2,000 screens installed in India. We launched our digital out-of-home service last month. We are just using call centers to sell this to our own customers. We have 87,000 lifts installed in India. I will cross 2,000 by end of this year. We will become the largest DOOH company in India, not an elevator company. Now this is a very simple innovation, right? The thing is, elevators will always have to go up and down. There was one company that has tried this way as well, my German competitor. That's all you can do with elevators. You cannot do anything else. What can disrupt elevator? I would love to hear your ideas because we've been thinking for a long time. You still have to have some mechanical equipment that takes you up and down, electromechanical. I want to go to the topic of transformation. This is the second last point I want to talk about. Tata Motors and how they become successful in passenger cars. Originally, there was a truck company. Tata was always known for trucks. Uber is, I would say, innovation, actually. Porsche, great. Okay. I think now they're a lifestyle company. Which one? Yeah? But is it true that today, whatever comes in digital is the next day's headlines in the actual print? So, 3M. Maruti. Yeah. I'm curious to know what is their next phase of transformation, because they've been so successful, then how do they take it from here? Woxsen. Great. And let me pause on that, right? Like when Rahul and me spoke about in my last visit, and he made a point about it today as well. It was never about, can you help my students get a job? I think if that was the intent of the university, it would fail from day one because you always have the outcome in mind from beginning. The outcome should be the byproduct, which is what he showed, his last piece here was the rankings and everything. And if universities can focus in really bringing practicality in campuses, which I think is a big gap right now. And I was sharing with him even today morning that the top universities as well are struggling with this, I think. And that is a huge gap. There's a huge gap. And the more and more there is industry academia collaboration at various levels, this is not going to change. And I request all the academicians here, please support on this. I'm sure corporates are also willing to do the same, because today there is, and I cannot believe I'm even saying this, with a billion plus population in India, we still have a problem of getting good talents. I can tell you that. There are people, but are they the right people we want is the challenge. I will talk about this in the end, a little bit. I'm not repeating many of them because I met the students 2 months ago and I've spoken a lot about that. I don't want to be sounding like a robot again. So there are all these different transformational umbrellas that you all know about. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about 2 transformations, a little bit of a personal story, both from a professional side and a personal side. Personal side, I want to talk about this. The reason why I speak about this is not to show how much of muscles I'm putting on, but to really inspire people here that someone, in fact there's 2 parts to this, I'll probably share both together. For me, and I shared this with the students so they know the story before, coming from the southern part of India, a failed person in academics. I was not very good in my studies, both in my school and college. I've always wondered why I did engineering, because I have no idea the reason why I did engineering. The only reason I can think of is everybody was doing engineering. I thought I should do engineering. And we often joke in India that everybody does engineering and then we think about what do we do in life. That's how it's become, right? It's like everybody wants to do engineering. And after my engineering, September 11 had happened. We were going through a huge economic crisis in India. There was no placements available. Even if it was available, I don't think I would have been eligible because I had a lot of backs in my graduation studies. And I really struggled to figure out what is it I want to do in life. I did a lot of odd jobs. I did door-to-door sales. I did waitering, a whole lot of things. Call center job was for the longest time, in fact. And then I went to Australia. The only reason I went to Australia is I'm sad the US consulate is not here because they rejected my visa twice. And I think it was Australia's gain and you Americans' loss that I went to Australia, and it was life-changing because the first time I was living alone from home, no support system. From a failed student to a younger CEO in Schindler at the age of 31 was a personal transformation, mainly because I wanted to prove to myself, more than anybody else, that I'm good for something. I always led a very, as a youngster, as a teenager, I was always worried about, am I good enough in anything? I had a very successful older sibling, and I'm sure many of you here with successful siblings, you know how difficult it is in India to grow up with a successful sibling. You always get compared. Everyone, right from school teachers to family, friends, everyone talks about how smart my sister was. So there was always that complex in me that maybe I'm not good enough. And I almost thought for a fact that my parents don't like me, right? And this we all do at some point of time. We think that they're like a sibling more than me. And I was doing that. And what helped me was thinking always outside the box, challenging myself. Doing all these odd jobs is what helped me develop my soft skills. So if you want to be transformative, we have to go beyond what always you're being told to learn. You can learn AI, you can learn cloud. But if you don't know how to always do things better than yesterday, how to stop comparing your life with anyone else. I think today's world, as individuals, as organizations, as countries, we are in trouble because of comparison. We're constantly comparing with someone else. The wars that we are witnessing today, the cold wars we're seeing in the world, the challenge in organizations, the challenge in us as human beings, we're always thinking, hey, that person has done better than me. And we start trying to see how can I get better than that. Maybe in sometimes ulterior motives as well. So I think I was very blessed to have mentors who made sure that I was comparing myself with myself from yesterday. That was my from an education perspective and career perspective. Personally as well, you know, I was a huge foodie, could never ever lose weight till I became 39 years old. This was during COVID, and I thought, I'm going to be hitting 40. I don't want to be like an uncle struggling to run around my young kids. I have a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old. And I realized it is such a mental thing. It has nothing to do as a physical. And I'm sure many of you here who have gone through physical transformations, you know how it is. It's all about your mind. And like, you know, when I travel, now travel has started. It's very difficult. So last night I did not have dinner. And that's how I manage my overall calories in a day. I know it's not easy sometimes, but every time I feel like I'm going to give in, I visualize the worst case. I visualize this person here, and I say, I never want to go back to that person. So transformation is all about here. Everything else, you will start putting things in place once you get your head around it. The last one I'm going to talk about is responsibility. Again, some examples, you think? Wipro, Tata, great example. Anything from Bangladesh? Responsibility? I think when Grameen Bank is an example of... Okay. Yeah. Sorry? ITC, yeah. You know when, sorry? Indian Oil, okay. When we talk about responsibility, I want to straight bring you all to this point of culture. For me, what drives responsibility is organization culture. And when I think about Schindler example, 3-4 years ago, when I came to India, and even before that, we were already a successful organization in India. We were almost number 2 at that time, and we have been number 1 for the last 2 years. But what has really helped this journey is moving away from being a very P&L obsessed organization to a people obsessed organization. We had a culture of only recruiting elevator people in the organization. It was almost like, oh, if you're from Otis or Kone, you just get a job. And a lot of motherhood stuff happening, right? You have to be male, you have to be strong, because this is an engineering company, it's a construction industry. We started changing the paradigm, the way we thought. Today we have from 1% females in the company, we have gone to 7% females. In sheer numbers, it has gone from about 55 to about 800 and odd, because we have 5,500, yeah. Yeah. It's a huge topic now worldwide, and I want to talk about not just female and male, but even for me, simplest thing is thought process. Diversity in thought process. And when we all recruit, we recruit people like us, if you notice, if you think about it. So for us in Schindler, it was all about how do I get a 147-year-old organization, which has predominantly in India, average age of the company is 32, but there are thousands of people above the age of 45, 50, who have been in the system for a long time, for 15 years, 20 years. How do we get them to embrace the new way of working? How do we embrace them to look at campus talents who may be paid the same as them as well? And how do I get the campus talents to recognize and respect the experienced talents? How do we get them to think that we don't need industry experience? I firmly believe that, if you want any skill, organizations can teach you, but what cannot be taught is all the soft skills. How do I teach someone convincing skills? You know, when you are working in an organization, you have interdepartmental issues. How do you convince other department person that your idea is the best? And how do you roll it across? Simple thing. Exactly. I mean, these kind of sessions by universities are perfect examples to raise awareness about these topics. And then, of course, you start building on it to see how do I get this skill? How do we, and this I think is very important for universities to bring on board quickly to start this thought process of dropping out. Have you seen LinkedIn profiles, Rahul? Drop out. Of course, it's also important to see where did they drop out from, right? They just think it's cool to say I'm a dropout. And I know it's a big thing in US, but not everybody is exactly. And how do we bridge this gap is bringing such kind of thought process in students' minds, giving them practical exposure. I've had so many students, write to me saying that I'm very interested to do the internship, but please tell me how much is my internship going to be paid. I have no problem with that thought process, but that's not your main game, right? You're not here to make money from internship. Yes, we all love to make money, and you will make a lot of money, tons of money, trust me. But if your goal from day one, and then there are a lot of activists in social media who say that companies are misusing young students' talents, they make them work for free. I'm sure there's an argument for it. I'm not denying that. I've done that as well as a student. In fact, the first 6 years in Schindler, I did not look at my salary because I had nothing to ask them about. I could not build a credibility or a brand for myself to say, hey, I think I deserve more. But when I did, I started talking about it. I said, this is my credibility. This is what I bring to the table. This is what I can deliver. This is what I have delivered. Now can we talk about numbers? But not from day one. And that's a thought process for me from a responsibility perspective. Yes, there is climate change. All those things we all know about it, you're reading about it, and we have to be responsible. Whether it is inclusion and diversity, by the way, we not only look at in Schindler female and male, we have programs on LGBTQ+, we have programs on persons with disability, hiring people from the armed forces. These are the main four, apart from including the female diversity. This is another big thing that we're working on. And we have been very successful. We got, the moment we released the program, we have now a transgender man working for us in Chandigarh office for the last 1.5 years, which has inspired now a whole program on transgender recruitment in the company. So these are very important things, but I want to bring all of you again to the thought process of responsibility for each one of us individually. The theme I want to build with my talk today is everything starts with us. Every one of us today, we have a lot of anger about everything else except us. It's all about others. We've externalized every situation. There's a problem in the college, it's a college problem. There's a problem in the company, it's the Prime Minister's problem. So what is our responsibility? What have we done? Have we tried to move the needle? That's what I want all of you to think about. And then I think all of this succeeds only if we can bring that change within ourselves. So with that thought, I would like to finish this chat with all of you. I'm happy to take some questions if you would like. Thank you so much again, Woxsen, for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you. Yeah. From companies. So my research says that you have to hire freshers after 1 year, after the first job, because most of them quit after the first job of 1 year. Anyway, that's on a lighter note. But I think more involvement with the students early in the piece. I'll tell you, I have a lot of examples in Schindler. Some of these talks that I give in colleges, some students reach out to me, and there was one person who reached out to me in the first year. He was only doing first year in Delhi. And we started engaging with him. He had little bit of skills on Excel, PowerPoint. We started from there. Now 4 years he has done, throughout the whole 4 years he's done internship with us. He got a PPO in the third year itself because his manager loved him. And he's been with us now for 4 years, he's not quit. I have like that about 8 examples. Not a lot, the sheer numbers are not enough to give any theory, but I think that's the only way you could do. My biggest gripe with students is, and I don't fault them, they're still figuring out what do they want to do in life. So they just join a company and then they start looking, do I want to do MBA or should I go and change a job? Or their biggest thought process is, how do I make a lot of money in the shortest amount of time? That is a goal right now they have. We have to do a lot of mentoring, a lot of coaching. That's probably going to help, I think. Yes, sir.
One quick question. You mentioned a lot about bringing in people with disabilities and gender change, things like that. Do you have any programs that you foresee in a program where you would handle, say, autism?
The
autism population?
Yes, we have. We have been talking about it. In fact, when we talk about PWD, we look at spectrum of people, not just somebody with a physical disability, but it could be people with autism as well. We have not recruited anyone yet, to be honest with you, but talks in the organization have started coming along these lines.
So this is one of the big topics that's just becoming aware in the last few years. This is not just in one place, it's pretty much globally. So pretty much globally, what's been happening a lot around the world is autism is now being recognized, and there is a network there of available resources for workers. Because in the past, what happened a lot with the autism population, they're pretty much just put aside.
Correct.
Feeling that they're not useful. But, research has shown that they're actually very good workforce, very responsible, very committed to whatever job, of course, the different levels of it. But there is a resource there other than just being put aside.
I totally agree with you. And I think it's a conversation happening everywhere. What is very important is awareness and sensitization. So even with all these diversity programs we run in Schindler, we focused the first 2 years only on sensitization. We did not recruit anyone. We just kept telling people there are these kinds of people. And people started, we had, for example, the head of KPMG Inclusion and Diversity for India is a transgender female. She came and spoke to us with all our employees for a couple of hours, sharing her story of how she was transgender, what happened, what is the personal life challenges she faced. That session itself was a deal breaker for many people. They started thinking about, they are humans, they are like us. They don't pretend to be a transgender, they are born that way and stuff. So I think with autism, the same focus should be done to bring awareness, because the moment you say someone is autistic, you visualize a mad kid, and that is not. My own son was autistic, mildly autistic, when he was 20 months old we diagnosed. He's now 9 years old, growing up as a normal kid, but I've seen the transformation he went through, how difficult it was for him, and as a parent for us, and what are the challenges involved in that. Exactly. Thank you. Yes? So the question is, what did I do, or how did I manage myself to become where I am today? My biggest support was my parents. So my parents never compared me with anyone. Everybody around us was doing it, including my teachers and stuff, but there was always a thirst to make my parents proud. I always felt that every time, I used to fail an exam, my dad used to never worry about it. He used to always tell me that, I think you will do well in life. And that was a big motivation for me. But, that was a spark that was needed to trigger me to start looking at things. And then it was all about, my tagline in social media is chase obscene success. What it means is, how do I do things every day so differently that even I am inspired by myself? So I always had this thought that even if I'm submitting an assignment to my professor, I wanted them to look at it and say, this is different, this is amazing. I have not seen a submission like this. I started doing that for everything I was doing, right from, if somebody used to come home and I used to serve them lunch, I used to always visualize and do, what can I do today that can make them impressive about this lunch? So every step of my journey, I started challenging myself and thinking, I got to do this to inspire myself. I think that eventually, in a very short way, I have answered your question. But there is a 1-hour podcast with Ranveer in Beer Biceps channel. If you want, you can watch it to know the full story. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you so much, Ashok, for gracing the occasion once again. So Ashok is visiting Woxsen University for the second time. He was here for a business talk a few months back. And with the relationship that Woxsen has built with Schindler being our corporate partner, I think it's always great listening to Ashok. One thing which I have personally observed with interactions with Ashok is that he is someone who is a multitasker, who manages his time really, really well. He goes to the gym, he makes content, he is there on social media, he has a lot of followers, and he manages his company like there's no tomorrow. So I think that is something which defines Ashok as a CEO of an MNC in India. Thank you once again, Ashok. I would now like to call upon the CEO of Woxsen University, Mr. Vishal Kurma, to felicitate the CEO of Schindler, Mr. Ashok Ramachandran, with a memento from Woxsen University. Thanks so much, Vishal. We shall now move on to the next topic, which is linked to the research aspect of the university. Well, in line with the theme of the summit, which is ERS, it is imperative for all of us to understand the significance of social impact measurement, which includes the current approaches and future directions for social entrepreneurship research. I would now like to call upon Dr. Samala Nagaraj, Associate Dean for the Corporate Alignment and Integrative Research, Woxsen University, to talk about the future of research, social impact, and corporate alignment. Please welcome Dr. Samala Nagaraj.
Hello, yeah. Good afternoon, dear delegates, my dear colleagues and students. I'm here to present about the research at Woxsen University, the present status quo, and the future of research at Woxsen. Before I start, I would just like to make few points very clear about the research what we are talking about. Now when I say research here, it is not just the publications that we all think about all the time.
Woxsen, here the important research components are one, the article publications. Two, we are looking at corporate alignment projects, which we call them as knowledge transfer projects. We have case studies that we write and publish. We have e-content. We are looking at various government and private consultancy projects, funded, non-funded projects, as well as some of the other aspects of publications in terms of having an in-house journal, and without forgetting the last and the most important component of research at Woxsen that we come out as an outlet is patents and design registrations. These all different components sum up to call as research at Woxsen. The second important point that I would like to emphasize here is when we call about research at Woxsen, it is not just the faculty, it is not just the academicians, it is not just the adjunct faculty that are involved in this kind of outlet. It is the students, it is the visiting professors, in-house faculty, and all the different stakeholders of the university are in line with the research output. Now, what different research output we do produce in terms of numbers, in terms of quality, in terms of content, and how do we approach towards that is the one that is going to present here in my presentation today. Okay, the research at Woxsen is in line and aligned to our mission, vision of the overall university, number one. Number two, we have also aligned our vision, mission of the research at the university with the alignment of the theme of today's GIS is ethics, responsibility and sustainability. We are also focusing on innovation and transformation. And how do we do that is our main vision. That is, we want to create impactful research through theory and practice, where we include students, corporate alignment, and we try to work on problems which are impacting society and trying to find solutions to that. And how do we do that? Collaboration is one of the most important aspects of our research mission. And then we are trying to get in international partnerships, trying to produce original output, original productive research is one of the main themes of the research at Woxsen University. Now we have 4 different schools at university: technology, design, architecture and business. All the 4 different schools are in line with this kind of mission, and I'm just proud to say that all the different schools have center of research. Like per se, business school has center for management research, design school has center for design research, technology as well as the center for technology research, and the architecture as well as this kind of centers. All these different centers are research in tune with this vision, mission and the values. We try to put together the overall research output. What is the research output at university? This is the one that we are looking at in 2025. As Dr. Rahul has mentioned, that research is one of the most important outcome, and the 2025 outcomes that we look at, the number that we look at research is, we are aiming at 2,000 plus articles, research publications by 2025, and we are at present having an H index of 11 plus, which we are trying to look at 20 plus by 2025, and we as of now has 11 plus patents by 2025, looking at 35 plus patents. We also have 21 plus design registrations. What are the important pillars, supporting factors, activities, parameters that we look in to bring this kind of output? One, we have a research advisory committee wherein we bring expertise from academicians and industry experts to be a part of this advisory committee, where we try to interact, meet at regular intervals, per se every 6 months. This advisory committee meet and just give us pointers on how to go ahead forward to get the research output that we are looking at. Number 2, we have the research support in terms of seed grant. Seed grant is a budget that is provided for research every year. Last year we are around 10 lakh plus seed grant, which has gone to several projects that we have funded from the university. This year it would be somewhere 20 lakh plus is the research grant. We have an IP support and processing. I would like to show you how do we go about the patenting and the design registration process, and the office takes care of all this. Our patenting and IP support system is very strong, where we have experts guiding students, faculties to get patents right, and we have faculty exchange programs. Of course, we have the university collaborations that you have seen, the MOUs that we have with international partners. The faculty exchange programs happen right in numbers. As I said, Mr. Kashyap Kompela is already there with one of the exchange program. I myself was teaching with UIU in the last semester, going to Mexico in June. Yeah, and so these kind of faculty exchange programs are there, and this is one of the main factors. When we look at the faculty exchange program, we are not only talking about the academic assignments, the delivery of the teaching and the courses, but we are also looking at the collaboration with the international faculty in terms of articles and publications and patenting. Number 4, in the research support, we have faculty corporate internships. Dr. Rawal was mentioning about that. Faculty from various schools visit different corporates, trying to understand how corporates work and get that experience into the classroom in terms of academics and research. We have research contingency funds for doing various research activities, like we fund faculty in terms of contingency for attending conferences, workshops, FDPs, collaborating with different faculties and trying to fund for kind of publication if any kind of funding is needed. We do this from the contingency. I have to point out the important factor that has come up very recently is the Center of Excellence. The Center of Excellence we have established very recently, one with HSL Germany very recently. Mr. Kashyap Kompela is already there at HSL, and Dominic has recently visited here, been for more than 10 days and delivered a lecture, and we are working on various concepts and various topics in collaboration with HSL, trying to do various research projects. We have already agreed upon doing a couple of projects which is in tune with, and we have COE with University of Pécs, Hungary. We have Center of Excellence with Perm University, and we have Center of Excellence with FIA Brazil, and we have a Center of Excellence with Johannes Business School as well. All these Center of Excellence are the prime drivers for research at Woxsen. If through a Center of Excellence, we do faculty exchange, apply for international grants, funds, international projects, international collaborative projects, international collaborative publications, faculty exchange, academic exchange programs are the one that we look in Center of Excellence through these kind of excellences that we are doing. Number 4, we have different facilities to support research at Woxsen University. The facilities are the laboratories that we have, the state-of-art Bloomberg laboratory, the behavior laboratory. Robotics is one of the main key areas that we are looking at. AI/ML laboratories and the design laboratories, architecture laboratories as well are the one that we are looking in trying to support the research at Woxsen. Okay, to present you what are the key research areas that we are working on presently. As I said, we have 4 different schools, all the schools working on their strengths. One of the key strength research areas are robotics and AI/ML. Needless to say, technology is one upcoming and emerging area, and the technology school is very strong here with the kind of scholarship we have. And at the business school, it is the marketing, HR, finance are the key areas that we are looking at. If you can look at the different agendas, key topics that we have streamlined, these are the priority topics that we are working on, which are emerging right now. This may be added, deleted as and we go forward. The design school and the architecture school as well, trying to focus on the various emerging topics of the design and the architecture. The present status quo of the scholarly output, if you can see in 2021 and 2022 and 2020, this is the last 3 years output that we have almost 110 plus publications in the top indexed outlets. All of them are ABDC, A star, ABS, and then most of them are Scopus indexed. So we do not go any kind of publication below Scopus. So the publication output that we are targeting at present now, the citations of the Scopus that we have at Woxsen University is 1000 plus, and the H index at present is 14. And apart from the scholarly output, if you can see the bars in 2021 and 2022, we are increasing. 2022 is just in the middle of the year. We have already reached 23. I'm just talking about the Scopus output here, beyond which there are many other outputs that we are talking about. Now, apart from, as I said, the research at Woxsen is not just research and paper publication. Research at Woxsen is also corporate projects, consulting, government-funded projects, and international grants and funding. If you can see, we have already 3 corporate projects which are summing up to 13.2 lakhs. We have 3 Government of India sponsored projects which are 46 lakhs. This is in just last 1.5 years and 2 years that I'm talking about. And we have a European Union Erasmus Plus grant by Dr. Aditi, which is 2 lakh plus rupees. So we are working, a total of 61 lakh amount is the kind of funding that we have received in last 1.5 years or 2 years plus that we are looking at. What is the action plan of research at Woxsen? These are the key note speakers that we have at various conferences, FDPs, webinars, seminars that we do that is well pertaining to the research in line with the ethics, responsibility and sustainability. The 5 key areas that we are focusing or facilitating the research output at Woxsen are the key focus areas. As I said in my previous slide, all the different schools at Woxsen focus on the emerging trends and the areas of research. And we have the support system. This is the key. We call it as faculty research mentors. So as Dr. Rahul was mentioning, each and every student at Woxsen would be able to graduate only if and only they would able to publish or come out with any one kind of research outcome. Is it in terms of design registration? It would be in terms of projects, involving into yourself into projects, or in terms of research publication, patents, and etc. So each and every student is been assigned a mentor, and we see that each and every student in 2 years of graduation and post-graduation, whatever the terms of years, they have to come out with any one research outcome. So in this context, I would like to emphasize on the kind of knowledge transfer consultancy projects that are going on right now. One which I have completed is called as Cocoa Works. One of our design team has worked on the packaging part of the Cocoa Works. The one ongoing, the corporate aligned project is with the O2 Spa, which is a part of Ridhira Corporation, on which we are working on the packaging, the overall rebranding strategy. It is not just the academicians, professors and the faculty who is involved in this kind of, bringing students into this kind of project, just try to understand the real world scenario. In that context, the research faculty mentors are the one whoever gets the funding, whoever gets the projects, will try to bring in their mentored students into it and try to involve them in that kind of real-time projects. We have research KRS. All our research outcomes by the faculty are incentivized. We have a very comprehensive KRA system for the faculty. Where do they publish in terms of publications or patents, etc. We have a very pre-planned, very comprehensive, very standardized incentive system. If you publish in so-and-so index journal, which is in our list, let's say in A star, we have a particular incentive to go about. It is ABDCA, we have a certain incentive. If it is Scopus, we have certain incentive. Then we have a contingency fund, as I already mentioned. Any faculty wants to go to any conferences, workshop, etc. The Woxsen provides with a contingency fund for them. We support faculty going for various events like this, collaborate, work together, get networked, etc. Then we have the FDPs constantly doing by faculty at various schools. We have e-content development, we have an e-content center where very latest trending and emerging topics are being designed by the faculty, and the content has been developed in the form of a MOOC, and we try to put that across on various outlets, including the own Woxsen outlet. And then we have the case center. I would show about the outcome of the case center. We have something called as Woxsen Business Review, where the different case studies are published by students and faculty together and the industry experts. We try to publish that as a magazine, as an outlet, which we call it as Woxsen Business Review. And the policies that we have at Woxsen are very research outcome oriented. The first one is called as knowledge transfer, the consultancy. Whatever the fund a faculty or the student group cohort generates through a knowledge transfer, 30% goes to Woxsen and 70% of the grant would go to the faculty who is involved in that particular consultancy. And intellectual property outcomes like patents, design registration, the whole registration process, the amount involved in this kind of process is bared by research, and then any kind of intellectual property that has been commercialized would be in the ratio of 30% to the Woxsen and 70% to the inventor. And then we have a seed grant, which I already spoke about. The last year it was 10 lakh. Next year we are talking about another number. We try to encourage faculty to come up with impactful research policies, impactful research, let's say, proposals where if the committee, the research advisory committee feels that this particular project outcome is going to be impactful, we try to fund them whatever the financial aid is required. And of course, we have the code of ethics, trying to monitor all the time the research that is happening at Woxsen. And then plagiarism is one of the key aspects that we look into. 10% and below is the standard that we follow across whatever is the kind of publication, whatever is the kind of outcome that we look at, even the assignments of the students, even the dissertations, publications of small papers, etc., that come from even from the students. We look into this kind of plagiarism, and Turnitin is the software that we use for doing the plagiarism check. And conferences, we have flagship conferences from all the different schools which run at regular intervals. We have Digits, one of the flagship conference at the business school. We have AIK PET is another conference on artificial intelligence. We have architecture school doing a conference at regular intervals, and the design school doing a conference at yearly twice at the school. These are all international conferences, and some of the eminent speakers who have already delivered their keynote sessions at these conferences are the one that you can see. The outlets that we look at the research publications is no less than Scopus. Anything above Scopus is the one that we are looking. The minimum benchmark that we look at even for our students to get published is Scopus. So ABDC is one of the prime lists that we look in. A star and ABS is another prime list that we look in to get published. Then corporate knowledge transfers is a consultancy work that we are looking at. We see that each and every faculty try to interact with corporate and try to get some kind of consultancy from these projects. We have already 5 corporate knowledge transfer projects that are ongoing right now with various corporates like Edward Flair, Core 5i, Abstract Corp, and Ridira, as I already mentioned, and Coco Works, and etc. Here I would like to emphasize on one more aspect is that we have recently tied up with another corporate called as Admin Automotives, where we have collaboratively set up an electric vehicle research lab at Woxsen University. Together would be funded, and a comprehensive research on electrical vehicles would be going on at Woxsen University. This has been recently signed at Woxsen. Okay, how do we do the handholding? How do we support various research outcomes at Woxsen University. This is a flow chart, this is a map which is trying to tell you how does the process start. Even if it is a student or a faculty, the R&D cell, which we call it as the research and development cell, they can approach if they have any idea. The idea can be related to a consultancy, the idea can be related to a patent, the idea can be related to a research publication, an article, or any kind of innovative idea can be approached to R&D cell, and this is the process that we go across in trying to get that as an outcome at Woxsen. The research publication at Woxsen, this is in line, this slide is trying to take you through the outcomes of the research at Woxsen in line with the ERS and SDGs. I have just tried to sum up what are the different areas and how many are the number of papers that work or the outputs are in line with the SDGs. If you can see, we have 86 total articles which talk about, which are in line with the different SDGs, sustainable development goals. We have 25% of the outcome at research aligned to SDGs and ERS in 2020. In 2021, our research output are aligned to SDG goals, 23% of the output is aligned. These are some of the faculty achievements that we have. We have Dr. Balaji Venkateswaran, who is already doing a postdoctoral and is also editorial member of one of the top journals in technology. We have Dr. Bhargav Prajwal, who has got the 15 lakh grant from DST, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. We have Dr. Gomati Gowda, who has done the 21 design registrations. We have Dr. Aditi, as I mentioned, has got an Erasmus Plus grant, European grant, and she is also a board of director at College Art Association, USA. Multiple faculty at various schools, including design, technology, architecture, and business, have patents published in the last 1.5 years. Just in last 1.5 years, we have produced 11 plus patents and 21 plus design registrations at Woxsen University. And if we are going at this rate, this pace, our 2025 vision for achieving the output at research is an easy cakewalk for us, is what is my understanding. And then some of the other recognitions is some of the top faculty who are ranked at the world across, and the slide would more emphasize about we are not just working in silos, we are not just working on research within the inter-school or within the Woxsen collaboration, but most of our faculty do collaborate with other international partners in order to get the output. So those are some of the areas, some of the countries, faculty that we are working towards in order to get the output. Not just the faculty at Woxsen, but students as well at our university try to come up with various accomplishments. Some of the achievements at Woxsen by the students are the Bloomberg competition on 2021. If you could look at the total number there, 94 students have participated in various competitions in last 1.5 years to 2 years, and we have achieved 40 plus, we have participated in 40 plus competitions. The students have achieved first, second and third kind of places, and we have one patent registered by the student at Woxsen here. So the technology school and the design school is at the forefront to encourage students, their creative ideas, not just to put that onto the dissertation, but we want to take it forward in terms of outcomes, in terms of publications, or in terms of patents, or in terms of design registrations. Next, I would talk about the in-house magazines and monthlies that come out from various schools. As I said, the Woxsen Business Review from the business school is one that talks about and publishes various case studies, both from faculty, students, and external corporate members. And then we have Mind Vision by the Wellness Center. We have Tech Zone is a magazine by the technology school, the School of Technology. We have Persistence, is from the Trade Tower, which tries to publish this at regular intervals. And also we have the BizTech magazine in the in-house journal that we are looking at. I would also say that we have also an in-house journal at Woxsen, and we are trying to take this journal through Scopus indexing maybe in couple of years. Noted articles and publications are published in our first issue, and we are coming up with the second issue. Some of the conferences, events just I mentioned in my previous slide are these which have already happened and which happen at regular intervals. Digits is one flagship conference, and Design Technology School at regular intervals run hackathons with various corporates like Cofluence, like Ekincare Healthcare, and Jointbotics is some of the corporates that we run hackathons for the technology in terms of AI, ML and robotics at regular intervals. We have FDPs that that is been conducted by our in-house faculty, also collaborating with the faculty of our international partners. Some of the FDPs that we have run very recently are the Art of Publication and a webinar by Taylor and Francis, and we have a webinar run through Turnitin, and one of the flagship event and the noted event that is coming up in October, that is in 6th, is the RRBM on tour at Woxsen. This is the event that we are looking forward. So RRBM in partnership with Woxsen is going to conduct a one-day session, a conference in line with this summit's theme, that is the ethics, responsibility and sustainability. The Vision 2025 for Woxsen University in terms of research align with the objectives of RRBM, AICSB and ERS is the numbers that you are able to see here. In terms of publications, next year we would like to see 400 plus articles to be published. In 2023-24, we would like to take it to 616. And 2024-25, we would like to have at the Woxsen University level 960 plus publications. That is what we are looking at. In terms of grants and knowledge transfers consultancies, 2022-23, that next year we are looking at 70 plus lakh grants that we are trying to procure from various agencies, from national and international bodies. 23-24, we are looking at 1 crore plus, and 24-25, we are looking at 1.5 crore grants to be obtained at various projects at Woxsen University. Research at Woxsen has 4 key outcomes that we are looking at. One is corporate partners. We would like to have somewhere about 70 plus corporate partners by 2025, 200 plus university partners, 10 plus commercial products. What do I mean by commercial products here? The ideas of these students are converted into a paper, as I said, or into a patent. When we convert a patent, when we convert an idea of a student, of a faculty into a patent, we would like to take it forward as a startup, incubate it, and convert it into a commercial product. So this kind of commercial product by 2025, we are looking at somewhere about 10 plus student and faculty ideas to be converted into a commercial entity or a product. And the intellectual property rights, the patents, design registrations, trademarks, and others, we would like to have some 50 plus by 2025 year. Way forward, how are we going to achieve? Where are we now? Is if you can look at 2021-22, we are at present having a publication of 1:2, that is each faculty and an average producing 2 papers a year. We have 13 lakh revenue generated in this year alone in terms of corporate consultancy or knowledge transfer, what we call it as. We have already received government and non-government grants of 27 lakh this year. And the support that we are trying to have to increase this by 25-26 is that we have started a case study center already, and I've already spoken about the COE, Center of Excellence, that we already have with different universities, which eventually are the support pillars for getting the numbers that we are talking at 2025. We have 2 full-time scholars as of now at PhD level, and then we have an in-house journal. What we are looking at by 2025 through corporate alignment and adaptation of ERS and integrative research, integrating the research, and then the infrastructure that we are developing. Through all these 4 factors, we are 2025, we are looking at an ecosystem where we try to generate knowledge, solutions, not just for just the publication or the number sake. We are trying to produce knowledge or solutions for the society. We are trying to create research, we are trying to create knowledge which is impactful, which tries to give solutions to the society at large, the societal problems at large. We are trying to disseminate knowledge. We are trying to disseminate knowledge not just through the programs or the academic curriculum, but through research. We always believe to bring research to the classrooms. All our faculty do discuss their research ideas, their research works in the classroom, and then bring that into the curriculum. We are looking at the COEs, where the COEs would more focus on the practice-oriented research, international research projects, grants, funds, and the commercial projects. Even with HHL, we are trying to have some kind of collaboration in terms of commercial projects that we have proposed already in our previous discussion. We are also looking at the research output from 1.2 faculty ratio to 1.3 faculty research publication ratio. We would like to have each faculty at Woxsen on an average of producing 3 publications in a year. And we would like to have 5 publications of case studies every year at top-rated outlets like Harvard Business Review. We would like to see 16 lakh plus revenue generated through consultancy knowledge transfer. We would like to see 50 lakh grants. And PhD is one of the core program or the support pillar for research at Woxsen. So we are trying to strengthen our PhD program as well. We have already have 14 plus 11 PhD scholars at Woxsen. Next year, the coming intake, we are looking at 17 plus full-time research scholars who would be helping us, supporting us in terms of research. As you know, this is one of the core pillars of any university. With this, I would like to say that, again, with what I was emphasizing in my presentation here, research at Woxsen is not just about paper publication or an article publication. At Woxsen, research is about patents, design registrations, consultancies, knowledge transfers, and publication, and case studies, and journals, and etc. So all of this, again, is not possible alone with the faculty at university, but it is all the stakeholders of the university, our partners, corporate partners, academic partners, university partners, students at the university, faculty, all of us together are working for this vision 2025. Research is one of the most important components we have never ever overlooked. It is one of the key pillars, and we assure you that this would be in terms of publication, we would be one of the, let's say, universities in top 10 in next coming years that is what we are looking at through our R&D cell. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nagaraj. I think a presentation like this deserves a big round of applause. We have seen the research and development at Woxsen University rise from level to level, and it is the efforts of faculty members like Dr. Nagaraj, Dr. Sairam and team who has made this possible, that Woxsen is now leading with its publications. We have our professors who are doing phenomenally well in, getting their A-star journals, coming up with articles in some of the top, journals across the world. So I think we would not like to achieve this. We will certainly achieve this in the next few years' time. So with this, I think the research and development team deserves another round of applause. We would now proceed on for the lunch. Guests and attendees, we will now proceed to the admin area. Right outside the admin, we have the cars waiting, and we will move to the Blue Embers restaurant for the lunch. We will gather once again at 1:50 p.m. for the next segment of the GIS. Looking forward to welcome you again. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sri Jayesh Ranjan, guest of honor from the Government of Telangana, India. It is my honor and privilege to welcome Sri Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary of the Industries and Commerce and Information Technology Departments of the Telangana governments as the guest of honor. Sri Jayesh Ranjan is a member of the Indian Administrative Service, IAS, of the 1992 batch and working in the state of Telangana. He holds a master's degree in psychology from Delhi University, a degree in business management from the IIM Calcutta, and a master's in public management from Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore. Jayesh is also an alumnus of University of Birmingham, London School of Economics, where he studied on globalization and leadership, Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, where he studied public policy, and Swedish Institute, Stockholm, where he studied sustainability and CSR. Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu was awarded World Bank's Social Capital Visiting Scholarship in 2002 and the British government's Gurukul Chevening Scholarship in 2005. Among his other distinctions, Sri Jayesh Ranjan Ji was awarded the Royal Order of the Polar Star by His Majesty of the King of Sweden in 2019 for promoting Swedish business interests in India, including the opening of IKEA's first Indian store in Hyderabad. Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu is currently the Principal Secretary of the Industries and Commerce and Information Technology Departments of Telangana Government. His assignments include developing policy frameworks, attracting new investments, identifying opportunities for utilizing IT in various government processes, and promoting the digital empowerment of the citizens in the state of Telangana. His last few assignments have been in the industrial promotion sector as Commissioner and Managing Director of the Industries Department, Secretary in the Tourism Promotion Department, and Vice Chairman of the Hyderabad Urban Development Authority, HUDA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, with a big round of applause, Sree Jayesh Ranjan Garu to the Global Impact Summit 2022.
Thank you. So, normally I prefer not to stand behind a podium. I hope it is all right, unless it disturbs your live streaming or... Okay, thank you. I also noticed that there is no clock anywhere. Someone has to keep time. I don't wear watches. So, see, it's close to 40 degrees outside, but it is very pleasant here. All of us also had a good lunch, I presume. This is the best time to sleep, actually. It's not the time to listen to any lecture or talk or anything. So I don't intend to give any boring lecture. I'll make some hopefully interesting statements or maybe a few provocative statements. But I was sharing with Veen Garu and the Vice Chancellor that I'll keep it short. I'll speak for maybe about 20-25 minutes. I'm very happy to listen to others. If you have any comment to make on what I spoke, if you have a different view, if you want to add something, we'll kind of make it interesting so that it's worth everyone's time. But before I begin, I'd like to congratulate the organizers for organizing the Global Impact Summit after many years since the formation of the new state of Telangana. Are we having a conference of this kind, which really has, first of all, attracted lots of global leaders in the areas of higher education, and we are kind of we are privileged to listen to them and benefit from their remarks, benefit from their suggestions. So congratulations once again. See, as I was introduced, I work for the government here in Telangana. I look after two subjects, information technology and industries. And both are sectors which are doing very well in Telangana. If you look at the country today, Telangana is easily counted amongst one of the top performing states in both these two sectors. So if you look at information technology, we are one of the few states which have enabled lots of digital processes in the government, focused on the citizen and so on and so forth. And similarly, if you look at the industrial sector as well, we continue to be one of the most go-to preferred destination for some of the most marquee names of the industrial world, both global investors as well as domestic investors. But I'm here today and trying to interact with all of you with a third hat, which not many people are aware about. But till recently, till about 6-7 months ago, I used to be the Vice Chancellor of a technology university here in Hyderabad, which is called JNTU, Jawaharlal Nehru Technology University. And I worked there for almost 1 year, 8 months or so. So a fairly kind of a reasonably long tenure. And that was also the time when the new education policy had got introduced. As the Vice Chancellor of the university, as the officiating Vice Chancellor of the university, we were also asked to give our inputs, and we had spoken, we had given some feedback, etc., etc. So I want to pick that context about the new education policy, what is new really in that new education policy, how effectively do you think it will work in this country, and so on and so forth. And I'll also relate, I know that in the morning, Mr. Ashok Ramchandran spoke about how the education system is meeting or failing to meet the requirements of the industries. So I'll speak about that as well for a bit. And maybe I'll speak a little bit about entrepreneurship also, because that is again a topic which is very, very dear to me. Many of you would be aware, since you are living in close to Hyderabad, you are living in Telangana, that again Hyderabad has actually transformed into a very vibrant hub for entrepreneurship and innovation. So how do you build on that, and what are the challenges that we face? So this is roughly how I intend to speak for the next 20-25 minutes or so. So at what time will you alert me? No. At 3 o'clock, we are supposed to leave this place. 2:50 is too short for them to kind of respond. What is the time now? 2:30. So please stop me at 2:45 or so. So it is a further bonus. Instead of 25 minutes, I'll be speaking only for 15 minutes. So, but nevertheless, let us get into it very, very quickly. See, many of you would know that India is unfavorably compared to China all the time. I'm sure in these 2 days also, there'll be many speakers who will talk about the India-China comparison. They will speak about the fact that both countries have similar sizes. Roughly 50 years ago, they had similar GDPs. There were more number of poor people in China than they are in India today. And they will say what kind of trajectory China has taken and what kind of trajectory India has taken. And many people speak about the fact that we have missed the bus. China was able to not only take the bus, China was able to invent its own bus and kind of move faster, while we are still figuring out where the bus is and which bus to really get into it. This is one fact which we all know. I don't need to tell numbers, etc., to substantiate this point. The other point which, again, all of us see happening all the time is that many persons of Indian origin lead global companies very, very successfully. If you go, for example, some of you might who follow local news, etc., may be aware that our minister, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, myself, and some of our colleagues, we were in the US about 10 days ago. I'll tell you about one incident. We had gone to Qualcomm. Qualcomm, as many of you would know, is a very important semiconductor electronic manufacturer. We went to their office to interact with them. 7 people from their leadership team met us. 6 of them were of Indian origins. There's only one person who was an American. And then we kind of joked, saying that he's the person with an accent in this room, not anyone else of us. Because we are all, of course, all of us who went from India are Indians. 6 of the 7 were Indians, except that one American who was speaking, obviously, the correct way they speak in America. But we pointed out that you are the only one who has an accent in this room. And you must be seeing, literally every few months, we get to know that an Indian origin CEO has been appointed in this company, that company, and I mean, we feel it's something which we feel very happy about. But then the side question is, or the back question is, that how come the same person has not been able to do that well in India? What are the bottlenecks? What are the hurdles which have been planted in his path that he could not do well here, but the moment he crossed the shores, he has done amazingly well. So if you really look at these two conundrums, why 50 years ago India and China were at the same place, why has China gone maybe 5 times more, in some areas 10 times more, even 20 times more, unimaginable kind of progress there, lesser progress here. And one very simplistic answer is that they are a dictatorship, they can decide whatever they want to. But that is not really the correct answer, because even if India is not a dictatorship, it doesn't mean that someone is blocking good decisions. If China says that everyone should be literate in our country, every child should go to school, the Indian political system doesn't say anything different. Indian political system says exactly the same thing, that everyone should be literate, everyone should go to school, and so on and so forth. But what is it, what else is there which prevents us from, or which has prevented us all these years from traversing the same path? The second question also has similar kind of backstories, that what is it which has prevented Indian minds from excelling here, which they very easily find, which they easily get to do when they work for some American company or some European company or some Japanese company or Korean company for that matter. So if you really dig deep into these questions, it is not the political system. It is not that in US they get dollar salaries, here the incentive is very low to excel, the incentive is more, and so on and so forth. These are partial answers. There could be some truth in it, not to say that there's no truth in it, but if you really dig deep, there is only one answer in my opinion. And as I was the Vice Chancellor of JNTU for about a year and 8 months, as I mentioned, this answer even got further reinforced. I mean, I saw evidence of this. And the answer is that the biggest system or institution or a collective which has let our country down is the education system. And it is not the higher education system alone. It starts fundamentally from grassroots level, the way all our what is called K-12, from grade 1 to grade 12th, our education is delivered. Thereafter, how do you run higher education programs and so on and so forth. So one other thing to keep in mind about India is that there is a huge amount of heterogeneity. When we speak about India, there are thousands of Indias within this India. There is obviously the divide between these Indias is very, very high, and there are different grades of division. So on the one extreme are people who are extremely privileged. They come from families of means. They have parents or a support system which is also very enlightened, which values education. There's no insecurity about their livelihoods. They're able to put their children in the best academic institutions and so on and so forth. And they are the ones who eventually kind of do very well. On the other extreme is an India where the livelihoods are very precarious. What the group of people whom I refer to in that extreme are the poorest of the poor people, people who have even uncertainty about where their next meal will come from. Of course, this kind of a grinding poverty is not there, fortunately, in, let us say, in Telangana or most of the south, but unfortunately, still in some parts of our country, we see this kind of a low-end grinding poverty. But education, as we know, can be a great leveler. Education can be, and it has been proven to be a great leveler. In fact, many of you would know this, because I'm from the civil services, I can tell you with much more authenticity. Typically in the month of May or June, the IAS results come out. And every year you might be noticing, while photographs of the toppers and all are published, typically newspapers report one other human angle kind of story about some students or some candidates rather, who come from extremely humble backgrounds, like some auto rickshaw driver's son, some vegetable vendor's daughter, some, let us say, police constable's child. They have cleared that exam. They are in the IAS, which is great. I mean, I know of some of my own batchmates and other colleagues also who come from extremely humble backgrounds. And the only reason they have been able to come up is because of good quality education and, of course, a personal sense of work ethic on how do you make the best use of that education. Because education is, of course, there for everyone, but not every vegetable vendor's child is cracking the IAS exam. Not every auto rickshaw's daughter is cracking the IAS exam. So in a rich kind of an educational system accompanied by very strong personal work ethic seems to be the formula. But going back to the earlier point on how the country has been failed by the inadequacies or gaps in the educational system, right from early stages till higher education, and how does the NEP, you're keeping time, isn't it? How does the NEP intend to take care of this problem? So there are many positive things about the NEP also, but at the same time, we also need to think of which have been the biggest problems, and is there a precise solution in the NEP for those kind of problems. So if you look at both the childhood, the early K-12 education as well as the higher education, one of the challenges because of which we have not been able to really elevate the quality of the teaching learning process is the inadequacies in training the trainers, or in this case, training the teachers. So if you go to a school, for example, if you go to a government school, and I would actually urge you to do that because you are located in a kind of a rural kind of an area, and I'm sure close by you will have some government schools. I will encourage you. I hope, they're not children, but students are encouraged to do some kind of a community outreach programs and all that. So when you visit the nearest village, you please find out what kind of schools are there and check with them who are your teachers and what kind of training have they received. You will notice instantly, you don't have to be a genius to figure this out. Within 5 minutes, you will figure out that the teacher who teaches in that school is extremely inadequately equipped to handle modern ways of running a classroom. The modern way of running a classroom is to encourage the students to engage with the teacher, not a chalk and talk method. And that too, even in that chalk and talk kind of a method, you will find that most of the teachers are not really up to date with the latest in that subject, what are the latest kind of developments or advancement of knowledge. They have no clue about that. They just think that getting a child pass an exam with some number of marks is the only goal that he have, and therefore the way the teaching is also to encourage what is called rote learning and just reproduce that in the exam paper. And unfortunately, when the foundations are built like that, that nothing exciting is happening in the class, everything is geared towards passing some exam, the teacher himself is inadequately equipped with knowledge to even share something insightful with the students, that same foundation continues, the same deficiencies, the same inadequacies continue even when you reach the higher education level. When I was being introduced, they mentioned, I mean, they meaning him that is, he mentioned that I went to a business school. I went to one of the premier business schools. I went to IIM Calcutta. Many of my batchmates are today company vice presidents and CEOs and all that. And I remember some of the toppers of my batch telling each other that they learned more about business management when they got into a job rather than in 2 years that they spent in IIM. So this is the story about IIM, which is considered to be the one of the, I mean, IIMs and IITs are the batch of all the poster boys of our economy are either affiliated to this IIT or that IIM. But even in IIM, my classmates, of course, I moved into a different world altogether. So neither do I blame IIM for anything which I have not done, nor I credit IIM for something which I have done. But many of my colleagues who remained in the world of corporate and business and all, even in those early days, they used to tell that I picked more skills and knowledge and understanding about how corporates are run, how businesses are done, by actually getting into a company rather than spending those 2 years. And some of the best professors are there in the IIM. But even they, and it's not that I'm kind of pulling down the IIM system, etc. The problem is not with the IIMs. The problem is with the students, because they were geared for all these years just to look at education as a transaction where you are told that this is the syllabus, I have to write 10 exams, 10 questions in the exam from this chapter, 4 questions may come from that chapter. And if I am strategically smart, I just kind of game the system and I do well. I get some good marks and all, but eventually learning happens when I get into it. Is only now that things have changed. Institutions like Woxsen here, many other private universities, many other schools have come up where the focus is more child-centered. The intention is not to kind of pass an exam, but the intention is to understand or internalize the concepts. I myself was very fortunate that I admitted my daughter into a school which has no exams till class 8th. From class 1 to class 8. There are such schools also. There's one school in Hyderabad itself, which my daughter attended, and there was no exam at all for the first 8 years. You just go to the school and come back, that's all. No tests, no exams, there's no evaluation, no nothing. And everything was extremely child-friendly, child-centered, etc. But of course, my daughter is, and her cohort, there are just some 30-40 of them. But what about the millions who require similar kind of an opportunity? So deficiencies start from there and they multiply, they continue, and so on and so forth. So now very quick point. Yeah, very quick point. Now, how does the NEP, how do you expect the NEP to really address some of these questions? So one very fundamental point is that the NEP is largely about the higher education. Like when you join a university, you have the flexibility of taking any course that you want. Humanities must be a compulsory part of your curriculum, and grading should be continuous, should be based on assignments. It's not a one kind of a end year exam that you pass. That should not become a matter of great happiness or tragedy for students and so on and so forth. But fundamental reforms are required in the schooling system itself, because if you don't do that, the gains that you are going to achieve by the new education policy or the higher education, that will remain suboptimal, etc. So that is the key point which I wanted to drive home. The other important point which I wanted to mention was that for years altogether, the education system and the context around it, the parents, the community, the kind of the social context, everything was geared towards getting employed. I mean, everything was employment oriented. Am I doing this course because it will give me a job? That was the biggest kind of a determiner. And therefore, courses which are not immediately connected to a job, for example, social sciences courses or liberal arts courses, they were looked down upon. Many people tell that particularly in my time also, when we were deciding to kind of choose in which college we should take admission, what priorities we must have. And to some extent, to a large extent, it continues even now, that the typical expectation will be that you should either become an engineer or an engineer plus an MBA or a doctor, or in some rare circumstances, maybe try for the civil services exams, but nothing else was kind of considered good enough for your child. So how do you ensure that this exam-focused kind of job-focused, employment-focused kind of system also kind of gives way to a more holistic learning? And one very important thing which is happening in our country, and I'm very grateful for that trend, that entrepreneurship is getting promoted. In fact, if you look at the poster boys of our Indian economy today, they are some very, very amazing startups. I'll give you an example, and maybe I'll close with that. Every year, Economic Times gives awards for best Indian businesses under different categories. And typically there is a jury which evaluates these awards. And in the past, for example, when I was in a business school, the jury would be maybe some Mr. Tata will be there, Mr. Birla will be there, Mr. Godrej will be there, Mr. Bajaj will be there. So all those old economy kind of stalwarts, they will be the jury members of the Economic Times Award. Now if you look at it, who is judging this Economic Times Awards? It is the Vijay Shekhar Sharmas and the Bhavish Agarwals and the founder of Oyo and those Bansals. I mean, they are the ones who have replaced the old economy kind of stalwarts. They have become the poster boys of new economy. And this is something which is very, very heartwarming. I am on the board of a very premier institution in Hyderabad, which is called IIIT. Some of you may be familiar, International Institute of Information Technology. So it's a very premier institution. I represent, I'm on their board for the last 7 years. So normally in December, January, they have their placements. And when we have our board meeting, the director of that institute typically tells about what kind of placements happened, and he gives huge figures like the average salary has gone up from this much to this much, the highest salary is this much. International recruiters came and took so many students, and it all sounds very wonderful. We praise him, we kind of appreciate it. But I remember for the last 6 years, every year I ask a particular question, and the question which I ask is, how many students opted out of placement? They did not participate in the placement process at all. And when I ask this question, he tells some numbers. He has the number. It's not that there is any secret behind it. And he tells some number. And if you kind of disaggregate, what is this number? Who are the people, despite getting 1 crore salary and 2 crore salaries, some students are opting out of placement. Who are these people? So typically you'll find 3 kinds of students who are opting out of placement. One set is students who want to study further, who want to go abroad. Many of you would know that there's a strong culture in Hyderabad, in Telangana, of students after they complete studies here, they go to the US, they go to UK. Some of them want to study MBA, etc., so they get into MBA. So one set of students are those who continue to study. One set of students are those who want to appear in the IS exams, etc., so they stop anything else, they want to get into coaching and things like that. And the third set of people are those who want to become entrepreneurs, who don't have any interest in going abroad, who don't have any interest in the IS exam, but they want to create their own companies, run their own businesses. And I'm tracking this year after year after year for the last 6 years. The number of students who want to go abroad more or less is the same. What was there 6 years ago, what is now, is roughly the same. The number of students who want to get into some competitive exams kind of thing, that remains the same. But the number of students who want to become entrepreneurs, who want to start their company, that is rising phenomenally. And today, I mean, I don't have precise numbers, but roughly I can share this with you, that almost 14 to 15% of IIIT students or opting out of placements because they want to start their own companies, which is something which I believe is going to happen. What is happening in IIIT today will happen in the smallest JNTU college also at some point in time in the future. So how are we preparing the students for the journey of becoming an entrepreneur? This is again a very important responsibility amongst all of us, and I firmly believe that higher educational institutions must be well equipped to teach the students about, or at least sow seeds of entrepreneurship in the minds of the students, so that that also is seen as a very, very viable career option. So I will stop with this. I really don't know whether anything of what I said made sense or not, but as I said, I just wanted to share some experiences with you. I did not read any book to prepare for this lecture. Whatever I have seen over the last few years of my journey as an administrator in Telangana and also as the Vice Chancellor, officiating Vice Chancellor in JNTU, I just thought I'll put together some experiences and speak about it. So I'll stop with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I think we'll open the session for a few question and answers. Before I hand it over, firstly, my compliments to Jayesh Garu and our Minister KTR Garu for bringing marquee companies to Telangana and huge investments. A big round of applause for that. And thank you so much for covering about the importance of education from the grassroots levels. While you say that, I'll take this opportunity to mention this audience that we do Monmouth Woxsen Elevate program. In fact, every weekend we are training about 250 odd children on campus from the nearby villages. Even though we are very appreciative about the poster boys from IIT and IIMs, I'm pleased to share that recently there was the Bloomberg Championship, Global Championship. There are about 500 students participated from IITs, IIMs, Russell Group, and Ivy League institutions. I'm pleased to say we have beaten all the poster boys. We stood number 3 in the country, 5th in Asia, 25th in the world. And kudos to our Vox Knights. I'm absolutely proud of them. Thank you so much for your time, Rajesh Garu. And over to guests, please. Yes.
Hello. One remark and one question I would have. First of all, while you were speaking, I was searching on LinkedIn for your profile and couldn't find. And I see this all around the world where we have government officials and especially... Okay, I searched for the name that was there and I couldn't find it. Okay. Okay, perfect. And the second was, I was looking for the open data portal which exists, which is good, but is requesting if I want to download something, I need to complete a form, like my name, my email ID, my contact numbers, and things like that. And I was curious, like, why? And because data should be available by fee without providing data, maybe optional data, because it can be used as a list of, like, okay, these are the person interested in this, so repercussions.
See, Mr. Alexandru asked me whether I have a LinkedIn profile. I have a very active LinkedIn profile. I'm quite active on LinkedIn. I'll guide you how to find me there. And he spoke about open data, which is again something which will be of interest to all of you. Telangana actually was the first large state, not the first state, because Sikkim did it before us, but Sikkim is not really a kind of a, I mean, if there's someone from Sikkim, I don't want to hurt them, but Sikkim is not really a mainstream kind of a state. So Telangana was the first large state to come up with an open data portal. And you are welcome to take a look at it, opendata.telangana.gov.in. Close to 900 data sets of 30 plus government departments are available there. And anyone who wants to do some kind of a analytics, need of the government or the citizens can access that data freely. But what Mr. Alexander is pointing out is that when you try to download something, some information is asked of you. The only reason we ask this information is to find out if there are some collaborators with whom we can work, that's all. But I'll look into it. I mean, if that form collection is infringing on some elements of privacy and all, we may do that. But thank you for your feedback.
Firstly, I totally agree with you that to be really understanding business, you need to be in the industry. I come across a lot of time people that are very book smart at university, but when they get to the corporation or get to the business or even the entrepreneurs trying to start their own business, they lack the experience. So my question to you is actually a twofold question. First of all, what kind of, say, internships would you have for students so that you could work with a business part of the time as part of their studies? And the second question is, what are you currently doing as far as incubators to develop entrepreneurship, new businesses?
No, thank you, Dr. Ricardo. So, is your institution in Riyadh by any chance? UAE, Abu Dhabi, okay. So, the first part is that internships are very important in our eyes, because internships are something, as I mentioned, even the best business school students feel that dirting their hands in real kind of action teaches them more than sitting in the class and listening to lectures. So new education policy also gives importance to internships. We are working out with the State Council for Higher Education and an industry body called CII. So CII is a very premier industry body in which all the top industries are represented. Telangana and Hyderabad fortunately have a preponderance of industries, close to 700 large industries who have the capacity of taking students as interns. So we have been working on it. Last 2 years were difficult because of the fact that universities and higher education institutions were closed. But we want to ensure that internship is made compulsory, as has been proposed in new education policy, and all the industries which are there in Telangana, they give opportunities to students. Most of the industries who set up their units in not just this state, but any other state in the country as well, receive lots of government support. For example, we provide lands to them at a cheaper rate, power is supplied to them at a discount, we help them with various other kinds of tax rebates, etc. So we want this now to be made mandatory. For all the favors that you took from the government, this is our ask, that you must give opportunities to, let us say, X number of students to become interns. And we also want internships to be monitored rigorously by the faculty. Internship is also a learning opportunity. So you have to create a learning challenge or a set of objectives. And the industry which takes those students must deliver on those kind of objectives. So it's a work in progress. We have not done 100% of it, but the background work of identifying the industries, preparing the template through which these internships will be introduced, that's happening. And hopefully when the new academic session starts from, let us say, July, August or so, we should be able to implement part of it. The second question that you asked, which was about incubators. So I again feel happy to share this with you. And I would also encourage the organizers, if there's a time slot of even, let us say, an hour or so, you must visit some role model incubators that are there in Hyderabad city, which have all been created by the government. So I again feel very happy to share this with you, that amongst all cities in India, Hyderabad has the largest number of incubators, stroke accelerators, stroke co-working spaces. There are 70 plus such institutions. The jewel in the crown is a government-supported institution which is called T-Hub. And from where you are till T-Hub is just about an hour or so, about an hour and a quarter. And it is on the way to the airport. So if you have even a 1 hour of time band available with you while you are here, you must go and see the kind of work which happens there. I mean, it's an amazing institution, and it has become a national role model. I mean, multiple state governments have recreated T-Hub in their own cities, in their own states. So very active incubation program has been introduced in our state by the government. Many people, I don't know how much you know of India, but people who are from India will know this, that typically it is believed that Bangalore is the city where largest amount of innovation and entrepreneurial focused work is happening, which is true. I mean, that is a fact which no one denies. But what the difference between Bangalore and Hyderabad is that in Bangalore it happens despite the government. The government plays no role in that. The government has absolute apathy about what is happening here. But in Hyderabad, we have shown how the government can provide that or create such a comprehensive innovation ecosystem which can start delivering results very, very quickly. So we do quite a lot. If you have a chance to visit it in person, please do so. Otherwise, just look up the website of T-Hub. You'll find it very, very illuminating.
So yeah, quick question. Would you agree that emotional intelligence is a key part of an entrepreneur's success? And if yes, is the government carrying out any initiatives to support aspiring founders on that front?
So, I mean, it's a nice coincidence that we are here today and you are asking this question. Just about 6 days ago, we announced a very important initiative. See, I mentioned a while ago that entrepreneurship is becoming very important for students. The example of Triple IT that I shared with you is a pointer in that direction, and eventually it will happen in many other institutions as well. So we are very conscious of the responsibility of the government to ensure that from an even earlier stage, not even wait for someone to get into college, maybe when they are towards the last part of their K-12 journey, even there we should be able to spark the seeds of entrepreneurship in them. So we have started 3 very important programs which were announced just about a week ago. One is that we have decided to introduce design thinking in all the schools. And we are collaborating with UNICEF, and there is a local, it's a local social venture. It's a non-for-profit organization called Inky Labs. So with the help of UNICEF and Inky Labs, we already did it twice in the last 2 years, and the results were very amazing. The second thing which we have decided to do is that we will run a program which is called the School Innovation Challenge. So we will encourage school children to understand what kind of problems people around them face, and can they use their imagination, their creativity, and provide solutions. So it's very different from the typical science exhibitions or science fairs which happen in the school. This is actually taking a live problem which people face in their surroundings and give answers to it. And the third thing which we have decided, that those students, school students and of course college students also, who come up with some ideas which have potential of eventually becoming commercially viable, which can be introduced in the market, we will handhold them through an incubator which is called Y Hub. So we are setting up a Y Hub. Y stands for youth. So a hub for young people, school children, college students who have good ideas. So we are very clear that this is the future. This is how young people in the future will be engaging themselves, and we want them to be prepared here in Telangana. Yeah, go ahead. Yes. Yeah. No. I'm glad that you raised this, Preeti Garu. But I'm glad that you spoke about how do we ensure that all this entrepreneurship work, innovation work is done in an inclusive way. So we actually do that. So some of you may have heard of it. I spoke about T-Hub. I encourage you to come and see T-Hub. I guess I made a mistake. I should have asked you to go to both T-Hub and V-Hub. There's an incubator in Hyderabad, which we again feel very proud about, which is only focused on women entrepreneurs, women founders, which is called V-Hub. And it's not physically very far from T-Hub. So if you have the opportunity to come up to T-Hub, you might as well travel that extra mile and see V-Hub as well. So that is one place which has done fantastically well. It has not, so I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something interesting and then I'll stop. I need to rush a bit because at 3:15, I have to take a call. So otherwise I would have loved to eat into the time of the next speaker and go on and on and on. But unfortunately, that will have to be done some other time. You are the next speaker, is it? You are smiling so broadly. No. Okay. So, so if you go to T-Hub, you will see a kind of a signboard on the door, on the entrance that is, which says, come with an idea, go out with a product. And most incubators promise the same. Come with some idea and then I'll guide you, I'll incubate you, I'll help you, refine your idea, etc. If you go to V-Hub, the slogan there will tell you, even if you don't have an idea, come in. So that is how inclusive we are. We have opened our doors for everyone. Many women today, and I've personally met quite a few of them, they have the desire to do something, but what is it that you want to do? They have very fuzzy ideas about it. So if that woman had gone to T-Hub guys would have told her to come back, think more, plan yourself, prepare yourself better, and so on. But in V-Hub, you'll be welcome instantly, and you'll be guided on how to do it. I do agree that we do not have, just as we have a V-Hub, we do not have, let us say, a specific space for war veterans or LGBTQ or persons with disabilities, but we do have programs for them. So we run once a year a very major challenge program, which is called Challenge for Assistive Technologies. So persons with disabilities, we encourage innovators and entrepreneurs to find solutions for them. And I have participated in all the 3 editions of this assistive technology summits and exhibitions, and amazing ideas have come, and we have actually rolled out many of those solutions which they have provided in our own government programs, etc. But I do take your feedback in a very positive way that we should create spaces for such people also. So once again, I really enjoyed having this session with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu. Audience, I think we should give another big round of applause to this speech where Sri Jayesh Ranjanji mentioned about the Indian education system. He gave a quick snapshot of the Indian economy, touched upon a couple of sectors where the government of Telangana is working very actively. In fact, touching upon the 5 pedestals of Woxsen University is internationalization, research, corporate alignment, ERS, and entrepreneurship. So we have actually incorporated pretty much everything that you've mentioned. And one more quick point which you mentioned about WeHub. So we have the CEO of WeHub, Deepthi Rahula, who would be coming to the GIS as a panel speaker for the panel discussion on there is no diversity without inclusion. So she will also be a part of the summit. Well, thank you so much for your presence, and I would now like to call upon Honorable Chancellor and Honorable CEO, Mr. Vishal Kurma, and our Chancellor and President, Mr. Praveen Pula, to please come to the dais and present a memento from Woxsen University. Thank you so much, Sri Jayesh Ranjanji, and trust me, it is our promise that Woxsen University will contribute to the growth and development of Telangana in the next few years to come. It is our promise. We will and we must do it. Thank you. Thank you once again. Hello. All right, so we'll move on to the next segment, which is just to add on to what Shri Jayesh Ranjanji mentioned about the Indian education system and what is Woxsen University doing in particular to uplift the global education in this part of the country and of course taking this forward to the other parts of the world. Well, India since early times have been known to promote global education since times immemorial. In addition, if we look at some of the traditional institutes like Nalanda and Takshila, universities in India today attracts more than 40,000 students from across the globe, from 164 different countries. And as Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu was mentioning about the National Education Policy 2020, this calls for making a plan of a global education India as the global hub for promoting higher education across the other parts of the world. If you look at the next segment, it's about internationalization at Woxsen University. So I'll take you through a quick run through with the entire presentation where we at Woxsen are currently focusing upon what are the approaches that we follow when we partner with universities, not just focusing on the holistic, not just focusing on the mobility, also providing a holistic approach in the internationalization aspect. My colleagues, Dr. Rahul and Dr. Nagaraj mentioned about the 5 university pedestals, so I would not touch more upon that. However, as you know by now, internationalization is one of the core pillars of Woxsen University. Now, if you look at student mobility or faculty mobility or dual degrees, where we talk about progressive studies, where Woxsen students doing undergraduate at, say, for example, at the School of Business, you have BBA programs. So students have the option of going for 2+1, where 2 years the students can study at Woxsen, and the last 1 year can the students study at the partner universities. At the end of the 3 years, they get a degree from Woxsen and a degree from an AACSB or an EFMD or an FT ranked institution towards the end of the program. Then we have joint research. Dr. Nagaraj mentioned about what are the research initiatives our faculty members are working upon at all the schools, not just at the School of Business, but also School of Design, School of Architecture, School of Technology. Faculty members are publishing in ABDC journals. If you look at School of Technology, faculty members are publishing in IEEE. So quite a substantial amount of research output is coming across where faculty members at Woxsen can also work directly with the faculty member of our partner institution. So just a few months back, we partnered with Pontifical Catholic University of Paraná in Brazil, where the focus is not just student mobility, but also look at research, look at going forward dual degrees, right? So just to mention, PUCPR in Brazil is an AACSB accredited institution, and in terms of providing the global classroom pedagogy, Woxsen is ready to support all its partners when it comes to either global classrooms or the COIL programs. COIL is the Collaborative Online International Learning, where students, faculty members are working hand in hand to have some, say, joint modules or say 50-50 kind of a teaching module, say 50% of the course can be taken up by a faculty member of Woxsen and the next 50% can be taken up by a partner institution. Moving forward, today Woxsen stands at 77 international partners across the globe with presence in more than 38 countries, whether it is the Americas, the Europe, Middle East, MENA regions. So in fact, we have ensured that Woxsen is present through its partners in each of these locations. So if you look at the screen, we have progressive studies and the student exchange. You can see a couple of names. However, you know, in the interest of this slide, we cannot cover all the partners mentioned on the screen, but these are just a few of the names where you can have a look, whether it is HHL, Leipzig Graduate School of Management in Germany, where we are very actively working at the center of excellence. So the idea is not just to work along for, as I said, mobility or research, but also where we see there is a substantial amount of interest from the faculties, we ensure that we come up with maybe a center of excellence. In this case, with HHL, we have a center of excellence for entrepreneurship and business development, where Woxsen is working along with a couple of initiatives with HHL. And few months back, as Dr. Rahul mentioned, we hosted Dr. Dominic Kahnbach from HHL to teach a specific course on designing imaginative business models. That was a course that was taught right here on campus, which was attended by all the first-year MBA students. And the course comprises of not just the regular classroom lectures, but also, you know, sort of assignments, case studies, capstone projects, and a lot of interactions between the faculties and students, which is very important. As Sree Jayesh Ranjanji was mentioning about the rote learning, the difference between the rote learning and the rote learning is something which we need to rethink, refocus, and re-strategize as institutions to understand where do we want to head. So if you look at the progressive studies, you will see a couple of list of institutions. We have Antwerp Management School in Belgium. We have Porto Business School in Portugal, Montpellier Business School in France, HEC Montreal, USC in Australia. With all of them, in fact, there was one latest addition just a few days back, and that was Neoma Business School in France, where Woxsen students have an opportunity to go and study for 1 year or 2 years and complete their degree, the remaining part of the degree, and get 2 degrees towards the end. For example, in the School of Arts and Design, we have a partnership with University for Creative Arts in the UK, where our design students at the undergraduate level, so our design program is for, the undergraduate is for 4 years. So our students have the option of doing 2 years of Bachelor of Design Honors in Woxsen, and the rest 2 years, Bachelor of Arts Honors, whether it is in fashion design, industrial design, product design. So we have all that. The next 2 years can be done at UCA in London. So students are taking a lot of interest. In fact, the last 2 years was a lot of wait for the Indian students, and with the opening up of the travel restrictions being eased out, we have seen at Woxsen, the students are showing a lot of interest to travel overseas and do either semester exchanges or go for progressive studies. Now, as Dr. Rahul also mentioned, that the idea is not just about as whether we are speaking about mobility, research, progressive studies, that does not mark the end of our partnership with institutions. We look at curriculum designing as well, where we are working along with, say, companies like Schindler. We had the CEO Schindler today with us. We are working along with them, where their senior executives come to Woxsen and ensure that they have interaction with the faculty members and can work on providing, say, mentorship to not just design the curriculum, but also providing the right mentorship which the students require when they go out and enter the job market, right, to make the curriculum more industry ready. Moving forward, what are the approaches to international partnerships at Woxsen? As I spoke about, student and faculty exchange, global classrooms where faculty members across the schools can have options of joint project or deliveries. As I said, 50-50 kind of a model where, or maybe say few hours of a particular module can be taken up by a partnership, can be taken up by a partner institution. Research collaboration, Woxsen International Lecture Series. Now, every month at Woxsen we have 5 to 6 on an average Woxsen International Lecture Series where foreign professors from other institutions deliver sessions of their domain expertise. Say, for example, Frank from HHL is having expertise in entrepreneurship, for example. He is free to take a session with Woxsen students for 1 hour or 1 hour 30 minutes, depending upon his schedule. There are no time foundations. However, it purely depends upon the professor to dedicate his time to us, and we have our bachelor's and master's students attending these sessions every month. We have Woxsen Global Forum. We have one Woxsen Global Forum every month, which is where we invite either the founders and directors of top companies, MNCs coming in and talking to us about what are their learnings from the corporate journey, or from maybe you can have the deans and directors or senior professors from institutions worldwide. In fact, a few months back we had the CEO of GBSN, Global Business School Network, Dan Leclerc, who was there at Woxsen Global Forum. Then we had Ms. Monica Powell, who is the Senior Associate Dean at UT Dallas, who was there at the Woxsen Global Forum in the month of February with us. Then we have corporate projects. Now, at Woxsen we have chair professorships, where, I mean, this concept is very common in the Europe and the Americas, where a faculty is holding that chair in association with a company, where the endowment happens to be coming from the company and the projects are to be delivered by that particular professor, whether it is, government funded, or whether it is, working on research papers, articles, white papers, to ensure that we match the certain problem statements which the companies are having, and Woxsen faculty members along with the team of students come forward with the solutions in most of the cases. So that is happening in the corporate project. So we have 6 chair professorships at Woxsen, where 3 companies are global companies and 3 of them are Indian-based companies. Then we have corporate partnerships like Schindler. We are in the process of having corporate collaboration with Holcim India as well, where we had the head of external communications just a few months back on campus talking about the relevance of their customer experience. How does that particular company cater to the relevant target audience by matching the customer expectations, by providing the right customer service and customer excellence. Then we have joint curriculum development we spoke about, where faculties, different institutions come together and help our professors to come up with the right industry-ready curriculum, dual degree summits and consortiums, and just a few minutes back we spoke about, the Chancellor spoke about the Woxsen Mammoth Elevate program. It is a social impact project where the Woxsen volunteers, along with the Monmouth University in New Jersey, volunteers come together to provide free education to the underprivileged sections of the society in the state of Telangana. So they are dedicatedly working every weekends to provide free education, whether it is the basic English in the rural areas, or it is, coming up with some basic mathematics, or coming up with art and craft sessions, helping them with some leisure sessions based on, say, dance and singing to entertain them as well. So we have dedicated funds coming in from Monmouth University as well. And our staff and students, 250, was the last turnout of the number of students who came on the weekends to study at the campus from the nearby villages. Moving forward, these are the opportunities for our international students. Every year we have the fall and the spring semester exchanges happening. Fall from August, September onwards, we have the semester beginning, for which we open the call for application in the month of March, April, and this closes by May end. Similarly, for the spring semester, we have short internships where we ensure that, for example, in the School of Arts and Design, where students are supposed to complete a graduation project, where the students have to work on some projects along with a company. Say, a fashion design student has to work in a fashion design company, say, not just in India, but it can be anywhere in the world. It can be companies like Zara, companies like Orange, where students can work and can get the requisite amount of experience, and that actually turns out in helping them complete their graduation projects. Research projects we already spoke about under the mentorship of Woxsen faculties. So students from partner institutions, if they are working on specific research papers and they want to collaborate with Woxsen faculties, we have our Woxsen faculty research profile, which is shared along with our partner institutions, and it is upon the students and the the faculty members of the partner institution to nominate which professor from Woxsen can collaborate with the student who is working on that research proposal. Then we have international lecture series where we already spoke about, and the conferences and summits like these where international partners are included. We have something called, very interesting, the Success Formula series. This is a very unique concept in India. I have not come across any institution to be implementing this success formula in their curriculum, or maybe in their modus operandi, where the concept is such where students of Woxsen can connect with students of partner universities, and they have joint calls on Zoom or MS Teams. And for example, if there are students who have achieved exceedingly well in HHL in some competition, right? They have been declared winners in some competition. So we invite these students to speak to our students, and they help share their experiences and come up with what were their strategies, how did they overcome that, and how did they ensure that they were able to bag some prize for their institution. So it's like a knowledge sharing amongst the student community, where not the faculty members are not involved, it's directly the students who are talking one-on-one with each other. We have Woxsen International Lecture Series, and luckily we have one of them sitting right here, Mr. Florin Badita. He was, in fact, he was one of the speakers in our recent Woxsen International Lecture Series, as I mentioned. Every month we have 5 to 6 international speakers speaking to our students. The last March 2022, Florin Badita from Romania spoke about upgrading your digital knowledge. And this was not just for Woxsen students, but also open for faculty members to be attended. Because it is important that, sometimes some of the people say they are finding difficulties in, say, operating Outlook, for example, or operating LinkedIn, for example. So Florin took the, the first step to come forward and provided this topic to us. Similarly, you have the rest of the speakers from, the second one is from Antwerp Management School in Belgium, Dr. Steffi Wiel. Then we have Dr. Juan Carlos Cardona from Centram, Peru. Then we have Dr. Bart Cambre from then we have Pablo Ruiz and Monique Dariso Akil from the US. So every month, as I say, on several topics, and please remember these are not specific to any particular domain. It can be, say, finance, it can be geopolitical, it can be something like upgrading your digital knowledge, or it can be anything related to marketing, for example. And it's not marketing very broadly, but they can further deep dive and come up with topics like, say, branding and communications. So that is taken up by some of the professors. Moving forward, we have at Woxsen 2 international month cycles across the year, where, and this is September, October is one cycle, and we have another cycle which is March, April. If you ask me honestly, is there a need for having international month when we already have every month having international lecture series? But let me tell you the difference. Why do we have international month in the first place? Now, these sessions are of the duration 3 hours to 6 hours. It's like a module where faculty members associate with us from different institutions. And for example, Mr. Kavin Chandrasekharan, he is a nominee of Forbes 30 Under 30. He was speaking to our students in the month of March on a topic which is related to engineering. So, Professor Eric Rojo from Centram, Peru, Professor of Marketing, talking about the branding and communications as a topic. So, similarly, the rest of the professors dedicating 3 hours to 6 hours of their time and speaking to Woxsen students. We mentioned in our 5 pedestals, corporate alignment. How are we actually working on that? One of the ways is coming up with talk shows like the Business Talk, where we foster corporate alignment. We have top industry leaders in India coming in and speaking to students across topics, across domains. For example, as I said, Ashok Ramachandran was visiting us today for the second time. He was here for a business talk in the month of December, where he spoke about enhancing potential to performance. Similarly, we had the Head of Business Operations, India and South Asia from Airbus, Mr. Vivek Kalia. And in fact, I'm happy to share, just a few hours back, today morning, I got the news that Mr. Vivek Kalia has joined the Woxsen family and is dedicating his time as an adjunct professor, being associated with Airbus as the Head of Business Operations and still dedicating his time to us. So I think that's an achievement for the students, where they are getting the right industry exposure coming in from these experts. We had the country head of MediBuddy, who is now the Chief Distribution Officer of Early Salary, a fintech company, for the business talk. We had the Vice President of a company called Barcadia, who was here on Woxsen campus. These are in-person sessions and these do not happen online. That means these industry leaders come to Woxsen campus, dedicate one full day, and the agenda involves speaking to the students. It's a business talk of 1.5 hours. There's an interview with the business leader. There is a faculty interaction where the business leader speaks directly on how to bridge the gap between the industry and academia, right? And similarly, the founder of ValueFi, which is a company working on providing digital wealth management platform that is managing currently $250 billion on their platform. We had the founder of ValueFi, and then we had Mr. Rishi Tanna very recently from Holcim India coming and speaking to us. Moving forward, as I said, we have Woxsen Global Forum. We already mentioned about it, where we invite people like the deans and directors and the senior professors or corporate leaders come in and speak to the students. Dr. Monica Powell, Dan Leclerc, Dr. Arun Elias, who is now the Dean of Fiji National University, earlier associated in National University of Singapore. We do have adjunct faculty appointments which are undertaken in London. Now, if you see, these professors come with their expertise, their skill sets. For example, if you look at the second picture, Professor Paul Rose, The Rogue Leadership. It's a book on leadership where, and he's associated with Texas A&M University. He taught a certification course for Woxsen students on leadership. So that was a specific 15-hour course, certification course, which was done by Professor Paul. Subsequently, Paul joined the Woxsen family as an adjunct professor. Similarly, from Birat Arab University, from ESCA again, and ACSB accredited institution, Centrum Peru, Halmstad University in Sweden, and for the School of Arts and Design, we have Professor Susanna Moyer, who recently joined in the Department of Fashion Design from New York, from Parsons School of Design in New York. Well, having said that, how are we engaging and ensuring that we are providing that right kind of industry-academia association? We have 6 centers of excellence at Woxsen currently. One with HHL, Leipzig Graduate School of Management, represented by Frank and Julia today, where we are working on entrepreneurship and business development. If you look at another center of excellence, which is on AI and robotics, we are working with a university in Croatia. It's a state university, University of Osijek, where the idea is to come up with specific prototypes of robots, where the idea is either the projects are funded by the universities, or it is funded by the corporates, or in some of the cases, it is funded by the government themselves. So it is on purely case-to-case basis, and we ensure that the faculties of Woxsen and the faculties of the partner institution play an active role in coming up with projects. They meet. Now, if you look at what is the USP of having a center of excellence like this, it concentrates the efforts of research under one portfolio altogether. It is like a centralized unit for research, for white papers, for any sort of publications coming up from the faculty members, and we are doing that with these Center of Excellences. Another institution, University of Pécs in Hungary, where we are working on Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation and Customer Experience. Now, this is very critical to us critical to India in particular, because recently in the union budget presented by the government of India, they mentioned about coming up with digital universities. Why is there a mention of digital universities? We have seen the last 2 years where all of us had to sort of, resort to digital models, digital platform, all of a sudden. We had no option. And if you look at companies like, which are focused on wealth management, because my prior background is from a wealth management and fintech space, where I was working along with a company, and what they have seen during COVID phase is that they had plans to go digital, like a full-fledged digital platform which shows a 360-degree, portfolio, 360-degree view of the portfolio on their platform. They were supposed to take it more sort of enhanced version of the platform in the next 5 years' time. But due to COVID, I got to know that they had to rush, and within a month, it was up and running. So, in fact, when the government focused on creating digital universities, Woxsen came a step forward and ensured that we have, we just do not focus on creating the best in-class, best in-person atmosphere, but also providing the best digital learning experience to our students. Another center of excellence is with FIA Brazil, FIA Business School, where we are focusing on marketing research, communications, digital channels, and consumer psychology. A recent addition is with University of Johannesburg in South Africa, where we are working with Johannesburg Business School, and the dedicated area is investment management and financial technologies. So faculties are coming up with projects in these areas. Another with Palm State University, where we are working on digital economy and blockchain technologies. We are also coming up with Center of Excellence in Ethics, Responsibility, and Sustainability. In case any of you from our partner institutions or our non-partner institutions who are present here today would like to discuss with us on coming up with a Center of Excellence in Ethics, Responsibility, and Sustainability, we would be more than happy to discuss that with you. So this is our next Center of Excellence, which is in the making. This is a glimpse of Dr. Dominic Kanbach from HHL Leipzig Graduate School of Management when he was at Woxsen University campus in the month of February. And as I said, he was taking a session with the MBA students on creating digital business models. He had a session with some of the village kids in and around the Telangana state, and Dominic being seen play golf at our sports facility, the league, and he enjoyed a lot. So moving forward, we already spoke about Woxsen Mammoth Elevate program, where the focus is on ERS again. 250 of village kids, we provide them free education. Student exchange program, some of our students, she is currently in Caucasus University in Georgia, pursuing a student exchange. We have Dipshika, who is right now in Leonardo da Vinci in Paris, pursuing her student exchange, and our students in the last few years, where they have visited our partner institutions in Paris, and currently, as I speak to you, we have 4 of our MBA and BBA students who are right now enrolled in Frankfurt School of Finance and Management, one of the top institutions in the Europe, AACSB, EFMD, and AMBA accredited, a Triple Crown accredited institution. Dipshika from BBA in France. She visited our partner institution, Neoma Business School, very recently. It's a glimpse from that. Our Professor Kashyap Kampala, who heads the Incubation Center at Woxsen. He's taking a session on the art and science of starting up with Leonardo da Vinci in Paris. Then we have Dr. Patnaik, Dr. Rahul already mentioned. He's taking a session on advanced research models. Advanced research methods along with, so that particular cohort of students includes not just the students from Johannesburg, but also from across the world. So that is a cohort of 80 plus students coming in from different parts of the world and attending this particular session. Dr. Samala Nagaraj, he will be, you've heard him in the morning, he will be traveling to Mexico in the month of June to Universidad de Anahuac, Puebla, from 6th to 27th June, taking a session on global marketing. Dr. Rahul is associated as the faculty as for an exchange program with our partner institution, where he's taking sessions on introduction to data modeling and relevance of emerging technologies with a vision of 2030. So Dr. Rahul is up and running for that. In the next month, Dr. Rahul has been also invited at a partner institution for an EFMD related conference in Hungary, where Dr. Rahul will be representing Woxsen in person as well. This is in association with Copenhagen Business School in Denmark. We have come up with so this is particularly a course on designing imaginative business models, where 10 of Woxsen students are working and studying along with Copenhagen Business School, again, one of the top institutions in Europe. So they travel to Copenhagen for 1 month, study this particular course for 15 ECTS credits, and the next month they come back to India, they are at Woxsen campus, they rethink, re-strategize, refocus on the work that they have done in Copenhagen. Subsequently, in the next month, they, in fact, the team members from Copenhagen, the Danish students come to Woxsen University, India. 20 of Danish students will come to Woxsen, and they would be working with top 10 Indian startups in the state of Telangana. They would be working 9 to 5, going to these companies and understanding what is the problem statement and coming up with the solution. At the end, they have to make a presentation, and that is when they're entitled to get 15 ECTS credits for that particular course. In fact, that is integrated into our business curriculum as well. So students opting for this particular course can waive off 15 credits from our curriculum. So if you look at international conferences and discussions with ETS, we had, and I am very happy to share that ETS, we have the representative who is also the partner for the Global Impact Summit, Ms. Tanya Bajaj, the Director of Client Relations, present with us today. So we had a session with ETS recently, which is on reimagining global education in business schools. And subsequently, we had a panel discussion with PRME, with the UN PRME, where the topic was on collaborating to build an RME ecosystem, research, based ecosystem. And then we had an AACSB and EFMD related panel discussion where Nishit was also part of it, and we had Ami Memon from AACSB and Amber from EFMD, hired global, come in and take sessions. And these are some of the other panel discussions. International competitions, yes, Woxsen is very active. You must have heard from Dr. Nagaraj. In the international Bloomberg competition, Woxsen University stood 3rd in India and 5th in Asia. We had an IBPC competition with Wusong University, Solbridge International School of Business, where 4 of our students stood 1st in India. The team, which was, in fact, there were many teams represented by some of the IIMs and IITs, and Woxsen stood 1st and 3rd in the world for this particular business plan competition. As I mentioned about the international conference, we have an upcoming international conference in the month of July, from the 22nd to the 23rd of July, which is on AI and knowledge processing. This is again one of the mega conferences that we are coming up with. However, this is going to be purely online. This is purely online, and you have some of the chief guests and the keynote speakers joining in from different institutions and companies worldwide. Thank you so much. And this was a short journey of the internationalization at Woxsen. Innovation tokenomics for
to not only implement, first understand the focus of internationalization, and then crystallize and deliver on various aspects of internationalization, which we started a year and a half back. Internationalization is one of the key aspects of the global accreditations that we follow, and as you can see, and as we see in this Global Impact Summit, it's also one aspect of our internationalization drive. So thank you, Chahat, and he needs a big round of applause for this.
Thank you so much, Professor Devdatta Chaudhary. We will now move on to the next segment of the Global Impact Summit. Our first roundtable discussion of the Global Impact Summit, much awaited, and I'm sure the panel speakers are also waiting for this moment. I would, without further ado, talk about the topic which is on innovation and tough economics. A commercial imperative or an indulgence. Now, if you look at what is the role that innovation should play in higher education landscape, in India in particular, and the world at large, what are the challenges in the last century that India has been facing and the world has been facing? We would like to come up with certain talking points during this summit. Now, when the capital expenditure is under tight control and staying alive is the goal for many businesses worldwide, how do you not only think about innovation, but also invest in new ideas and making them happen in your business? That is what we are talking about in this roundtable discussion. I would now like to call upon the moderator for the roundtable discussion, Dr. Bhanu Sree Reddy, the Dean of the School of Business at Woxsen University. Middle chair. teacher. Dr. Bhanu Sree is an experienced academician with 25 years of experience who is coming with a focused specialization in international business and international marketing. Her last tenure before Woxsen University was with VIT, Vellore Institute of Technology in Vellore, which is an AACSB accredited institution, where she worked for nearly 17 years. And she was one of the core pillars at VIT for helping them achieve the AACSB accreditation. We thank you so much, Dr. Bhanu Sree, for joining us as the moderator. I would now like to call upon the first panel speaker, Dr. Ricardo Archbold, Assistant Professor, Khalifa University at UAE. Dr. Ricardo Archbold holds a doctoral degree in business administration, specializing in management and finance. He's a seasoned finance and management professional. In his previous stint, Dr. Ricardo Archbold was responsible for the management of financial operations to include budget and financial analysis. He has worked on banking, payroll, capital projects, and the management of an annual operating budget of approximately $800 million. Currently, Dr. Ricardo is on the faculty staff of a university where he develops and facilitates courses in accounting, finance, economics, and statistics. Thank you so much, Dr. Ricardo, for joining us at the Global Impact Summit, traveling all the way from UAE. We will now like to call upon Dr. Manish Arora, Assistant Professor, Banaras Hindu University, India. Dr. Manish teaches BFA Applied Arts, Bachelor in Fine Arts, MFA Applied Arts, Master in Fine Arts, Postgraduate and Advertising and Design Certificate course. Dr. Manish Arora pursued his postdoctoral fellow from Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, where he worked on public health campaigns of social design, health communication for rural people in India. Thank you so much, Dr. Manish, for joining us today. I would now like to call upon Professor Abhijit Shirodkar, the Dean of the School of Arts and Design, School of Architecture and Planning, Woxsen University, India. Professor Abhijit Shirodkar graduated from Sir J.J. College of Architecture in the year 1984 and completed his post-graduation in architecture from the University of Roorkee, which is now IIT Roorkee, with the university gold medal a couple of years later. Professor Shirodkar has also been elected and nominated on different bodies of IIA and served as member of inspection committees of the Council of Architecture in India. Thank you so much, Professor Abhijit, for joining us at the panel discussion. I would now like to call upon Mr. Anvith Varanasi, Innovation Consultant of Trade Tower and alumnus of Imperial College London. Mr. Anvith is a recent graduate from Imperial College London with MSc in Innovation, Entrepreneurship, Management, and a member of the Founder of the Future which is an invite-only community for London's most promising entrepreneurs under 30 years of age. He's currently working on his second business venture, a health tech startup idea within the eye care industry. With this, I welcome all the panel speakers and the moderator to kickstart this panel discussion on innovation and tough economics.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, the August gathering. I'm here to just kickstart as Chavit was telling, the first round of discussions in this global summit. Sorry for the technical issues. Yeah, I would like to start with an explanation related to the industry. So when we talk about industry 1.0, it's all about mechanization in the beginning, industrialization, and then we found out that we have a lot of steam-based machines. And then we have come to industry 2.0, where we talked about mass production as the best remedy. Countries were looking at, who is going to be the best in mass production, where we can take the example of Toyota, and a lot of car production has happened in the world. And then we can go to industry 3.0, where we are just talking about computerization and internet. And then we are in the age of industry 4.0, where we are talking about, the cyber physical systems and also artificial intelligence, machine learning, 3D printing and deep learning, etc. And with all that, we also have one important component, which is actually dictating terms to the economies of the world. So this is known as innovation. So we have a blend of innovation with economies and how countries are actually looking forward to have innovation as part of their economies. And with a small introduction related to this is, economists examine the genesis of technical change and the ways we commercialize and diffuse it. And the economics of property rights and patents, in addition to industry applications, are also surveyed through literature reviews. We do that, and predictions about the fruitful research predictions. And with all that, we also have Adam Smith, little going back into the history. In 1776, he wrote the book Wealth of Nations, where identifying the improvements of specialization result in dramatic increases in productivity. And then Karl Marx described innovation as expanded production. It's just mere expansion of production, according to Karl Marx. So we also see a recent economist who is Abhijit Banerjee, and where his book has won Nobel Prize. And the latest one, he first wrote Poor Economics, and then now he started working on and wrote Good Economics for Hard Times, which is very relevant for us in terms of the current pandemic which we have really experienced, and we are just coming out of that. So here I would like to set the ball rolling in the discussion with a key statement where we talk about innovation as the priority of the nations, where economies are looking forward to tech-based innovations and how the economies are going to improvise. So I leave the floor to the speakers to dwell upon this and give us valuable conclusions out of this. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, let's first start off a little bit about identifying the difference between innovative economics and traditional, or what we call classical economics. First of all, economics is all about production. We have our upward swinging supply curve, we have our downward swinging demand curve, and based upon that, equilibrium determines price and quantity. That's a traditional way, and it's all about productivity, where the more input you put into productivity, then the more output you expect. So the more resources you input, the more output you expect. But now when we get to innovative economics, here's the difference. And you mentioned Adam Smith, but it was actually Adam Smith and David Ricardo that first gave a value to productivity. Because before it was just about how much output you get, but now we're looking at how much output can you get as an increase in productivity with less input. And that's the key about the innovative productivity. Now, for example, in the US, about 85% of increased productivity is based upon innovation. And I don't want to take from everyone, so I'll give someone else a chance to get some more.
There we go, third time lucky. Hello everyone, I'm Anvith, and well, first of all, thanks to Woxsen for having me, because I'm clearly the youngest of all on this table by a long mile. So I'm just here to learn, and more than sharing my insights, I'm here to learn from what everyone else thinks. But thanks. I think I'd like to begin by saying that more often than not, a lot of people misconstrue the difference, misconstrue innovation and invention, and sort of, use those words interchangeably. So I think invention is more on the technical side, and innovation is something that actually not only has a technical advancement, but also has, it provides an economic value. It can be in the form of creating new products and services, or, coming up with new manufacturing techniques. New quality of goods, and not just that, it even involves opening up new markets and different use cases for products and services again. And again, it can also be new sources of inputs or raw materials and organizational structures and efficiencies as well, which sort of increase the marginal output with the relative same input as well. And coming to the role of entrepreneur in driving an economic growth, and as you rightly said, ma'am, we've long moved from an industrial age. The key value proposition right now is the human mind. It's about being creative, it's about being empathetic, mindfulness, and we talk about ESR, which I'm glad about. So I think I would say moving forward, there definitely has to be, like for innovators especially, there definitely has to be an increased importance of social welfare, and this is particularly for entrepreneurs. I believe capitalism and social welfare must go hand in hand. And we've also touched a bit upon Adam Smith, and I've actually made some notes on that prior to coming here. So yes, as you rightly said, I think Adam Smith says that the three facets of specialization that increase productivity are worker dexterity, which is basically skill in performing your tasks, time saving, that again relates to efficiency, and then mechanized machine invention. I would say they're definitely, although they've been brought into light way back in the day, I still believe they're relevant even till date, because I think firstly they're all interconnected, aren't they? You know, worker dexterity, for example, it sort of helps you save time. It leads to time saving, because only when you know something fully will you have the ability to brainstorm different or better ways of executing the same task, more efficient ways. And also, I think out of the three, this is my personal humble opinion again, I believe mechanized machine invention, which is the third facet, I believe that's sort of more important, mainly because it provides the basis for long-term growth, and you know, it basically also best serves the ability for laborers to specialize within when it comes to using that particular machinery, and that again complements the first part of this. So that's it from me.
Thank you, Abhijit. And thank you everyone to invited me here as one of the panelists. In continuation of the Adam Smith work and talk about the skill-based developments and machine learning process, and also the time management. In continuation of that, from the last near about more than 5 years, our government of India is doing incredible job in related with the skill development, especially for the establishment of DDU Kausal Kendra, the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Kausal Kendra for higher education institutes, where the students will learn only for the skill-based technology and skill-based basic courses. And in continuation of that, some of the another major milestone done by government for the improvement of skill, time management, and difference between the machine, other things. The so many skill-based other courses like the Institutions Innovation Council for establishment of innovation-related ecosystem to develop in the higher education institutes to enrich these type of thoughts to where the skill-related, skill-based knowledge will gain for the students, and then everybody can grow up for slowly. Thank you for my input.
Good evening. I'm going to take it up right from the time when I was invited here to sit. There are two chairs that are open to me. I chose this side, clearly dividing the house into management and innovation on one side, design and planning on the other side. So we have a clear division of the house. Secondly, I'm going to take Anvith on the fact he is the youngest of the lot. Appearances can be deceptive. From the point where the moderator started off, you started out from Industry 1.0. That's exactly where the Industrial Revolution came into the picture. And since I'm neither an economist nor is my field of study economics, I'm going to relate that to architecture and construction and planning. So 1.0 was exactly the time when the scene, architectural scene, totally changed. We treat that as a milestone where the skyscrapers for high-rise buildings came into force. Then you said came 2.0. That was when the communication systems developed. That was the point when there was a change, a total change in the interior space planning. People did not have to go from place to place to communicate from one to the other. Then it's 3.0, 4.0, where we are going to start off with 3D printing of houses. So architecture, planning, or design has taken shape with industrialization or whatever we have seen, 1.0, 2.0, right up to 4.0. But from there, I'm going to take up or throw a ball into the court back again, where we are talking of innovation as an indulgence. Is innovation, if innovation, as we say, if necessity is the mother of invention, can innovation really be an indulgence? Can it be a relative term? Indulgence to a country like ours, maybe, may not be the same for a developed nation. For instance, Qatar is hosting the World Cup football now, they have come up with a 974 stadium that is transportable. 974 because it can be transported in 974 shipping containers. And 974 is the International Diving Code of Qatar. An entire stadium that can be transported from one place to the other, from one country to another. Now that stadium for Qatar was not an indulgence at all. If that had been done in India, that was an indulgence for us. We could have taken it to some other country. That's my take. Let's take it forward, whether it is really an indulgence or not.
Okay, I agree with you in the first, second, third stages of the Industrial Revolution. And going to the fourth stage, first of all, it's almost like looking at Maslow's hierarchy. First, you got to get the basis of the pyramid before you get to the actualization part. So we've reached those stages of the security, as you mentioned, the construction, the machines, and everything, which is the necessity part, as you said, necessity is the father of invention. But right now, the way things have been going the past few years, a lot of it is becoming indulgence. Like, for example, $100 billion plus business Facebook. That wasn't a necessity in the sense of needing to live and survive, but it was kind of like a necessity because of our human need to socially contact. Because one of the things companies like Facebook did is it was able to join families across the world who normally would not have had that easy way to do it. So we couldn't look at it as a necessity in that part, but it's actually an indulgence because before that, we'll write letters, right? Anybody here write a letter lately? I don't think so. All right, we stopped at letters. We went emails, we went Facebook, we went WhatsApp, things like that. And also, like Google. Before we got a paper map and we looked at it, now we got Google, we put in GPS. So it's not to say that we can't get from point A to point B, which is the necessity part. But it's saying that we can get from point A to point B much easier, and that's actually safer because we can keep our eyes on the road instead of on the map. So it actually, I would say it actually is a blend of both the necessity, but also the convenience of reaching that necessity.
Well, I second Dr. Ricardo on that. I don't think I could have put it any better way.
You want to say anything? Okay, so coming back to this innovation, in the sense, right now, everybody talks about innovation. That's really looking very beautiful, interesting, and sometimes, it leads to a lot of debates. But ultimately, we need to understand that, sometimes the products are not really innovative, but when we look at some of the brands, they just make an extended production part of it. Like all of us know that there is a product life cycle for everything, right? So from introduction, and then we are talking about, the growth part and the maturity. So when we talk in the context of international business, all of us know that when any product reaches the maturity stage, either you have to go reinvent your product, rename it, or sometimes, make the cover different and a new toothpaste, take for example, and then we just try to sell the same product. And we also see that, the most cosmopolitan countries, developed countries, they try to send the products to underdeveloped or mostly developing countries. So where are we in the form of innovation? Are we not following certain things which are out of reach in terms of technical availability or most probably technical innovations? We're just following some of those big brands and then trying to call ourselves as innovations. Innovation is something where, it should be making the life of the people simple, easier, and also that should change the life of the person. So this is where we understand the innovation definition is taken on a different mode by different brands and different companies. So usually people say, marketing people are the best people, storytellers, and then they just make sure that innovations are made in such a way that old story or old wine in the new bottle. So I just request the panel members to focus on a little bit on the innovation part and how usually countries look at innovation, adaptation of innovation, and then we can think about how it is going to have an impact on the economy of the country. So any member is going to take it.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So again, based on my research for this roundtable, I've read that based on a country's economic growth, there are 3 stages of innovation, namely factor-driven stage, efficiency-driven stage, and then innovation-driven stage. So for stage 1 and 2, it's mostly, it's mostly for developing countries, and the focus is mainly on increasing competitiveness and adopting existing technologies, and which is I think, even in India and like most of Asian countries, we're popular for getting inspired from the West, right? Not to put it in a demeaning way, it's just that we see that there's a new exciting technology, and then we see it fit in the Indian market or the Asian market, and we get inspired from that, we adapt from that. And then the third key thing in these 2 stages of innovation is making incremental improvements. The third stage, innovation-driven stage, is mainly for developed economies, because for developed economies, I think just adopting existing ones or making incremental innovation is not enough, I'm afraid. I think innovation, it must design and develop cutting-edge technologies and products, also thanks to the resources that we have at hand, to sort of maintain the competitive advantage and move to higher value-added activities. So yes, I would like to conclude by saying that the role of innovation keeps changing as a country's economy keeps evolving as well.
I agree. Yeah, thank you for this continuation talk. And as per my understanding, innovation is very important for each and every part of our, especially for the human life, because it's made by the designs and design made by humans, and humans made for all these things through the innovation and innovative thoughts. As per the understanding and my knowledge, whatever the ma'am said, regarding the some of the products not very well in the other countries and come in India, or hopefully from the last more than 10-15 years, these type of things not happened in India, but somehow they influences from India, and just like the UPI is the main invention for India from the last 10 years. Yeah, that is the invention. And after that, whatever the remarkable innovations done by the Indians, that is the remarkable successful story of all across the globe. Still, the big developed country not full-fledged or follow these type of system in their country, including the US, Canada, and UK. And after this Paytm era, or not the Paytm era, when this type of innovation raised, that is the caused by the government policy when the some type of currency banned by the government of India. Then the online payment system automatically grown, and lots of innovative informations and innovative startups started after the Paytm, then Phone Pay, and right now the incredible story of the credit system, the credit card system. And because of that, I'm thinking about that for this era from the last 10-15 years, they follow Indians. Indians are not following to any other countries like that. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Dr. Archbold. It is a blended system, no doubt. I mean, from indulgence, which follows necessity, and maybe at times it can be vice versa. But there can be accidental inventions as well. Radiation, for instance. Anvith was also he divided that into 3 stages: the designing stage, the incremental improvements, and adapting those innovations. But my question is, when do, as we at Woxsen are also looking at it, design registrations go up to patent stage, and then we are going to take it up to the marketability stage. So when do innovations begin to affect the country's economy or the economy of the country? Whether just by marketing it or when it is accepted by the general masses, when does innovation actually affect the economy of a country?
In continuation of my last talk, whenever the crisis came, then innovation automatically came and influences to others to follow this. Just like the currency stopped by the government of India and then innovation. And right now, just for the near about 2 years for the corona pandemic situation, it created lots of innovative things and innovative way to survive in the human life. So the crisis management is the best to adopt any type of new technology or any type of innovation for grown up.
I wanted to just comment what Professor Alec said. I agree with you that a lot of times we have accidental innovations, but one of the things is about recognizing whether or not you have an actual product. And I guess that's where the marketing part of it comes in, as well as the recognition. Give you a perfect example. Everybody's aware of Tesla. Years ago, because he thought he heard voices, everybody thought he was crazy. They laughed him out of the scientific community when actually he developed Wi-Fi. And this is something that so many years later we recognize now as Wi-Fi, but this was invented so many years ago. And so it's about recognizing also what you got.
Just to add to that, to answer Professor Shirodkar's first question, I'm hoping when you say when does an innovation come into effect, I'm hoping it's a positive effect, right? So I mean, theoretically speaking, there's a term called innovation diffusion, right? Which basically means that any innovation or any innovative products first starts off by addressing a niche market, and then it needs to spread across the economy to create benefit to not only different companies in the same sector, but also sort of like, you know, it should spread into different sectors and companies of different sizes. Because I think that, and to perhaps like, you know, answer if it can be quantifiable, I would say, I think the two metrics could probably be where one, again, as I said previously, there's the amount of input sort of is the same, but the output increases. And then if we can look at the impact of that on an economy of whole, a more sort of indirect benefit is when, you know, if you have the same amount of input, the investment is same, but the output, the revenues are more, your sort of savings increase as well. And the amount that, if it increases the disposable income, then that again, you know, increases the spending as well. That could perhaps be one way of looking at it, I suppose.
Okay, so the roundtable discussion about the innovation part is coming to a close, where the speakers have talked about a lot of issues like Dr. Ricardo mentioned about the input-based outputs, and also he said sometimes, you know, accidental innovations are going to be really helpful, and they are the ones which attract a lot of, you know, profits also. And then we have Anvith, the so-called young economist. I should take the liberty to say that. So he said, started with David Ricardo, and then he said that, you know, ultimately, whatever, Dr. Ricardo said, he agrees with that, and still trying to say that there are these 3 stages which are going to have an impact on the economy of the country. And then we have Professor Manish Arora talking about much of the time a very encouraging tone about the government of India. And then we talked about the demonetization, which led to the invention of UPI, apart from Paytm. When demonetization has happened, literally we were all speechless and totally confused. What are we going to do in India? But by the time, that was the fresh age for Paytm, and that is the only one kind of, you know, digital payment that was available to Indians at that point of time. And then all the banks have plunged into the market. They started, okay, come on, let's have our own apps. And most of the banks invented their own apps, mobile apps, which are actually, adopted very quickly by the consumers. And this we call a real mass innovation, especially related to fintech services. So that's where the world goes ultimately. And thank you, Professor, for throwing light on that. And most interesting part is Professor Abhijit. He spoke about moving a stadium in a container, and that is innovation, seriously, related to his own field like architecture. And he got wonderful examples apart from that. And yes, we know that when in the beginning itself, like what I mentioned, innovation should be a situation where it makes the people life more comfortable and easier and more value addition. So with this, we conclude the roundtable, and thank you so much for all of you for listening to our discussion very patiently. And yeah, I think we conclude this. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Bhanu Sree Reddy, Dr. Ricardo Archbold, Dr. Manish Arora, and Mr. Anvith Varanasi, for sharing your views on innovation and tough economics, a topic which really requires some discussion about the very pertinent topic on commercial imperative or an indulgence. We shall now have a 15 minutes break, and please be back at the summit by 4:45 p.m. Thank you. The GIS first day. It is time to welcome Dr. Bruno Rocha Fernandes, the Dean of the School of Business, Pontifical Catholic University of Paraná in Brazil. Before his appointment at PUCPR, Dr. Bruno worked at Positivo University, where he was professor and director of the master's and doctoral program in administration. He was also the director of undergraduate programs in business management, international relations director. He has been in his institution, and he was also the dean of graduate studies. He was a visiting professor at Plymouth University, UK, Institut Superior de Gestion and Burgundy School of Business, as well as he's been a researcher at University of Cambridge, UK, between 2003 and 2004. Dr. Bruno is a consultant in strategy and people management with projects developed for companies such as ANA, ANP, AstraZeneca, Central Bank of Brazil, Banco, Votorantim, Braskem, Calmo, CNC, and amongst many other companies, including Volvo. We welcome you, Dr. Bruno Fernandes, all the way from Brazil to the city of Pearls, Hyderabad, for the Global Impact Summit. The floor is all yours.
Hello. Thank you, Shahad. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Let me control for the time here. Can you listen to me? Yes, is okay? Okay, thank you. So what I'm going to do here is to present, the high school environment in my country, particularly in my city, and the challenges that we have there, and maybe we can share some ideas, because not everything here is completely solved. Just the opposite. We have many challenges here. So first of all, let me talk a little bit about Brazil, about our city, and about our university. So this is a famous picture from Brazil. Yes, I think that everyone here knows here. It's a federal republic there. Our capital is not Rio, it's Brasilia. And it's the 50th largest country in the world and the largest country in Latin America, and the 50th most populous country in the world. We have 206 million people, mainly from Europeans, Africans, Native Americans, and so on. So this is the world map. Here we are, Brazil. And here is particularly where the state where we are and the city where we are is Curitiba in the south of Brazil. Is 400 kilometers from São Paulo. That's a huge city in Brazil as well. And that's just for you to understand where we are. So our state particularly is the state of Paraná. And we have there the famous Iguaçu Falls. I don't know if you have ever heard about it, but it's a very huge, magnificent falls that we have there. Unfortunately, it's not in my city, it's just the opposite of the state, but anyway, it's in the same state. And our population is not so huge, it's just 10 million people. And I would say that our state also has, in terms of the gross domestic product, we are the 5th state in Brazil among 27, and this is how our economy is composed of, okay? And this is about our city, that's Curitiba. So it's a 50 largest GDP among Brazilian citizens, and it's a model of city and for urban planning. I was talking to Glenn another day, and he, for my surprise, he knew about my city because, the architecture there, and so on and so forth. So this is a kind of solution that we have developed there in order to solve many problems on urban solutions and this kind of things. And this is a very, very famous railroad that goes from the city to the coast of Brazil. It's a very traditional one from the 19th century, very beautiful one, go through the mountains. It's an interesting place for you to go if you decide to visit Brazil, particularly at Curitiba. We have other characteristics of our city here, strong, diverse European heritage. This is the Botanic Garden here. This is what we call Opera. And this is the museum of famous Brazilian architect. And we have plenty of culture, museums, theater. You have the Curitiba International Festival that's happening exactly right now there. And this is some idea about the city itself. And the milk, but it's related to the way we pronounce hot milk. You know what does it mean, but we say in Brazil, leite quente, leite quente. In Brazil they would say for companies, so we think it's a very important issue for a business school, and we work on it very hard. And we also have our postgraduate students. We have a master and PhD program. Actually, you have one that's on business management, and we have another one that's quite specific because it focuses on cooperatives. It's quite curious because the cooperatives, especially the agri-business cooperatives, are a very important economic force, strength in our state. You have huge cooperatives there they belong to agribusiness. So we have a program, a research program that is quite specific for this kind of discussion. So this is the Brazil, this is our state, this is our university, this is our school. Now I'd like to bring you some idea about the education environment in Brazil. And as we are going to see, I don't know how is it here in India and the other countries that are represented here, but I would say that's a very tough environment. It's not something easy for one to work on. So I put here 3 main drives that have been very, which is our main concern here in higher education, or there in higher education in Brazil. First of all, yes, it has been a very huge expansion. I'm going to show it in perspective, though in the last few years not so much, but anyway, it's still happening. We have a very curious problem or situation there that we have many mergers and acquisitions. We have many international and huge economic groups that see education as a business. So they enter into the game in order to make money. So they have an IPO, they get a lot of resource, and they buy small institutions, and then they put very low price. It's a very curious situation that we have there. And of course, the Brazilian economics is not performing well in the last 10 years. I put here some graphic. We have had a very huge economic crisis here from 2015 to 2016. And when we were trying to recover, then we had the COVID yes, this year is getting better, but we are not so optimistic about our future. So it's a kind of challenge, and the higher education is quite sensible to this kind of the economy as a whole. So we feel a lot what happens here in the economics happens also in our higher education. And the employment rate is also persisting in very high levels, so the situation is very tough. And this is the name of one of those major players in the merger and acquisition arena. So you have international groups like DeVry, Laureate, and so on and so forth. And here, that's another curious situation that has been happening in Brazil. I don't know how is it here in India or in other countries, but you can see that, yes, the number of students, the enrollment in higher education is increasing, but when you take a look carefully here, I don't know if you have realized, but we have what is a face-to-face in-campus education, and this is what is the online education. So if you can see the curves here, the online education in the enrollment, they started 10 years ago by 18%, and now they represented 44%. And this statistic is not so accurate. It's from 2 years ago. This is from the Ministry of Education. But when we take a look at new students, we can see that now they are the great majority. And what concerns us a lot about it is that, I don't know here, but in Brazil, the online education is not with such a good quality. I would say that the great appeal is price. So they put, we have very low price, the education is accessible for everyone, okay, it's good for this side, but when you take a look at the whole picture, maybe the quality is not so good. So this is a kind of challenge that we have there, because people are migrating every day to the online education, but maybe to a bad quality, and we are quite a traditional university. Of course, we have to play, we have to enter into that arena as well, but we have to be quite concerned on quality, and maybe we are not able to have the same price that the market is practicing right now. So this is a sort of concern that we have there at our university and in the general education arena as a whole. So, and this is another number that I put here, that is possible to see that numbers in perspective. So if you take a look in since the 80s, you can see that the public education here in Brazil, the public education, it's for free. People don't have to pay, but the number of institutions is quite the same. Yes, it has increased, but not so much, particularly when we consider the number of private education. So you can see that we have a kind of exponential curves here, and this is how it works. And of course, with that kind of growth, we also have the bar of competition increases a lot. So, and this is the name, if we are going to do a kind of cluster of the main groups that are in that arena of higher education, we have this kind of big private players at national level, the ones that are here, IPO, they are here to make money, they are championing this kind of merger and acquisition movement. We have the regional public universities like USP, University of São Paulo, and so on and so forth. We have university like us, which is regional private non-profit communitary university, so the PUCs and other universities like this. We have this kind of regional private universities, or what we call also as university centers. Usually, these guys here, they are the targets of these big guys here. So usually when these guys are trying to expand and they have some targets for mergers and acquisitions, so usually they see this one. So for instance, this one, they have already been bought by one of these guys here. So that's how how it works. And we have this kind of, particularly speaking about business school, we have some kind of very focused traditional business school like FGV Inspire that I was talking to my colleague Frank from Leipzig, that they have a partnership with Inspire. FIA, that also have a partnership here with Woxsen and so on and so forth. So this is, I would say, the kind of cluster of players that we have there in our environment. And if you take a look at, when I was mentioning that we have a very competitive environment, I'm going to present here a picture of what is happening in my city. It's not such a big city, it's 1.5 million. If you consider the metropolitan region, maybe it's 2.5 million people living there, and this is the number of institutions. We have the public PUC-PR, we have the public ones, we have another, face-to-face players down there, and we have the online institution as well. So something like 87 players. So it's a huge competition, as you can see. So not easy. Well, since now I was giving you a general view of how is the environment, and of course I was talking about the bachelor programs. When it comes to research programs, I would say it's the same rule as everywhere in the world. As they used to say, publish or perish. So we are there in the same game. We are always motivating, we have many incentives for our researchers, faculty members to publish as much as they can. We emphasize that they use the SIMAGO basis. They target key journals and so on and so forth. So that's how we've been working there. But this is the kind of, usually we call the graduate programs, postgraduate programs, the ones that have more than 360 hours. That's how we work there in Brazil. And this kind of program, you have what we call the stricto sensus, which are the research programs, and we also have what we call a specialization, which is a kind of huge, long extension program. And we also have what is the traditional extension program is less than 306 hours. So it's a kind of, fast training that you offer from specific issue for companies and individuals, from who are interested in business. So here, of course, we also compete with many companies, particularly this kind of new edutechs like Udacity, Singularity, Coursera, so on and so forth. And so this is a kind of general panorama on how it works down there, the business education in our country and particularly in our city, and how are we coping, how we are dealing with this kind of challenge. Of course, we belong to the Marist group, PUC-PR, and we also have our mission there inside the business school. So this is the Marist group, PUC's missions, and also the business school mission. I'm going to leave the slides for you, then you can take a look. I'm going to concentrate here on PUC's PR mission. So when we take a look at our mission, we are going to emphasize some ideas that we think that's quite important for us. So first of all, we'd like to work with entrepreneurial leaders. So this is one idea. The second, with strategic vision to produce relevant knowledge which is related to our focus on research, sustainability, and economic and social well-being. We are a Catholic, communitarian university, philanthropic university, so we have a huge social concern. And PUC's PR, they have a strategic plan, and we also have a kind of deployment of that strategic plan to our school. And in taking a look at the main drivers of the PUC's PR strategy, we took some ideas that we like to work on as a kind of strategy in our business school. There are 9 main drivers that work there. Some of them are quite mature, other ones they are a kind of green field, we have much to do on that. I'm going to comment just 3 of them, but just a kind of general view. This first one, I'm going to comment further. Student engagement, we are quite concerned. We have many, surveys on customer or student satisfaction. We are always monitoring it. Entrepreneurship and innovation, we have that kind of the ecosystems, innovation ecosystems. We have many startups who have, it's a huge concern on for our university research. I have already talked about it. Sustainability, I would say that we are quite focused on economic sustainability. We use all these kind of things that we use to teach to our students, you know, to have a strategic planning, then you have a budgeting process, then you have a forecast, then you have KPIs. We are quite concerned with this kind of management on one hand, but when we consider social initiatives, of course, we have plenty of initiatives, but probably they are not so much organized. And when we are going to talk about green, the environmental, so maybe this is a great area of improvement. By the way, when we received the AACSB visit for the approval for the certification of our university, this is one appointment that they made to us. Yes, economic is okay, social you have many initiatives, but you have to make it more formal, it has to be incorporated into your strategic plan. You need to have indicators for this kind of initiatives, but environment, you have much to do in this area. So this is a kind of homework that we are now doing. Transdisciplinarity, you think that we are in a university, you have to use it better. Digital economy, I would say that here we have a notion of opportunity. We have done very few things. And plural organization is related to, we like to work with complex university, complex organizations with many initiatives, with many challenges like cooperatives and so on and so forth. So this is what we've been working on. This is just a kind of example on the first initiative that I mentioned here, the competence and learning initiative. We'd like to do a lot of hands-on active methodology. We believe that people is going to learn when they practice, not about lecturing. They have to practice in order to learn. So this is what we call the competence learning methodology. At first, we propose 4 competences for our students at the university. This is for one, systematic investigation, systemic performance, which is related to planning, to see the whole when we are planning, entrepreneurship and innovation, I have talked a lot about it, and transformational leadership. And this kind of is quite related to our mission. Each of these competences, they are related to an expression in our mission, and it's the base of our assurance of learning, which is a framework that AACSB uses a lot to appraise. I think that you are living it right now, you and everyone here at the business school. And this is the idea, so you have the learning goals that are quite related to our 4 competencies. You have learning objectives, which is a kind of deployment of our learning goals, and then you have the learning result that you have to check if the student is really developing that kind of competencies. So this is a sort of example. You have here the competence, and then you have the learning objectives, which is a kind of deployment of the competence itself, and then the learning result, which is a way for you to assess if the student has really developed that kind of competence. I'm not going to go further, just to give you a brief idea. But one thing that we've learned, we are working with this kind of methodology for the last 5 years. Actually, 4 years and in this semester. And what we learned, and it was also a feedback that we received from AACSB, that maybe less is more. So we are kind of reducing the number of learning objectives, reducing the number of competence, and from all these 4 competences, we are going to have these 2 competences at the business school as a whole. And of course, we also have specific competencies for each of our programs. So for instance, an economic program, they also have 2 other competencies, a business manager, another one, and so on and so forth. So from these 4, now we are going to work with these 2 competencies only because we understand that grounded decision incorporates what we call systematic investigation. Because for you to take a very good decision, you need to investigate it before, and so on and so forth. And transformational leadership, it was a kind of to recognize that when we take a look at all our programs, we notice that yes, there are some programs, mainly the business management, that we are really developing this kind of competence, transformational leadership. But when we got a look at other programs, marketing program, economics program, it was not so emphasized. So we need to be humble and to recognize that, no, in this kind of program, we are not developing this kind of competence, so we drop it. Okay? So that's how we did. And this is what we called curriculum map. I don't know if you're familiar with that methodology, but the idea here is it's written in Portuguese because it's under work. You know, I mentioned the review that we are doing our competence. So we have these two competences here. We have the definition of the competence here, the learning objectives here, and how the course contributes to each of the competence till the end when they are certified. So when you put the red color is that this kind of discipline, this kind of course is going to certify the competence. The students have to demonstrate that they have the competence here. When it's the yellow color, it's a kind of to internalize, you provide knowledge for the students in order to know what to do with that competence. You will have the gray one here is to mobilize, which means that they have to use the knowledge that they have acquired in order to solve a specific complex problem. So this kind of course here, the faculty member works as a kind of mentor. He's not going to lecture, he is going just to present projects, and the students have to work to provide solutions. Well, my time is almost gone. So this is something about our internationalization. As I mentioned, we are AACSB accredited, we are taking part of EFMD, we have taken part in other regional associations down there. This is some partners that we have on our double degree programs. Today we have 25 institutions all over the world. We hope that Woxsen will be soon one of these partners here for double degree programs, which means that students that go abroad, they have a certificate and vice versa. And this is how it works. I'm not going to explain because my time is finishing here. The idea of to be quite linked to companies, we have some of our customers there at our university that we have worked together many times for training, for consulting programs, so on and so forth. And we also have an advisory board at the school with many companies around, very important companies that are represented there. So for instance, we have the headquarters of Latin America of Volvo, and the CEO of Volvo is one of our board members. Renault also is there. And for instance, this professor here is the president of the Academy of International Business, also part of our board member. So this is a way to be quite connected to company. Yes, and this is my last slide here. And the main idea, I mentioned that the competition is very tough, very high down there. So you have to innovate a lot in order to keep going, in order to survive. And in the way, this is how is composed our financial results. So 40% of our results comes from undergrad programs. The other source are the many products that you have there at the university. But another way to see it is that except for the undergrad program, all the other parts of the pizza here comes from projects that were launched in the last 4 years. So we can see it in another way that if you have just stayed with our traditional focus on undergrad program, probably we would have only that part of the result instead of the. And this is quite interesting because our school is quite different from other schools that we have at our university. If you take a look at our university, I would say that the composition of this pizza would be something like 80% is undergrad program, and just 20% from other source. And at the business school, we have done it differently because it's a matter of survival. So just for you to have a brief idea, yes, we are also there online programs, but it, as you can see, is an insignificant contribution to the school. So we are investing a lot of effort to try to work on it. So thank you so much. And up to you.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Fernandez, for sharing a quick snapshot of PUCPR and what are your achievements, what you have done in the various sectors that you're working on. Especially, we are very privileged to be associated as a partner institution with you. So we partnered with PUCPR just a month ago, and we're very honored to have Dr. Bruno coming down all the way from Brazil and joining this Global Impact Summit. In fact, just a while back in this the last snacks break, we were having a quick discussion, and we confirm from Woxsen University that starting the next fall of 2022, PUCPR shall have Woxsen students coming down for their exchange program, and we shall also have the dual degree with your institution. Thank you so much, Dr. Bruno. We shall now move on to the second roundtable discussion on ethical and sustainable academic model for the future. I would now like to introduce all of you to the moderator, Professor Debdatta Chaudhary, Associate Dean, Accreditations and Assurance of Learning, Woxsen University. Professor Debdatta is an IIM Calcutta alumnus, NIT Jaipur alumnus, with expertise in global accreditations like AACSB, EFMD, and AMBA. He's also proficient in Indian accreditation norms like NAC and NBA. Professor Chaudhary has direct experience with UGC and AICTE norms and has worked in that domain very extensively. Professor Debdatta is an academician with more than 20 years of experience in corporates spanning manufacturing, BFSI, technology, and education domain. Professor Debdatta has spent most of his career in sales and marketing with exposure in sales strategy, sales management, corporate strategy, integrated marketing communications, corporate finance, and general management. He's also an avid blockchain enthusiast with certifications on blockchain from INSEAD. Professor Debdatta has a deep interest in marketing strategy with several certifications. I think I can keep talking about the list of certifications that you have, but we are very honored to have you moderate this panel discussion, Professor Chaudhary. We shall now move on to the first panel speaker, Mr. Nishit Jain, the Senior Special Advisor, Asia EFMD. Mr. Nishit has worked very extensively in EFMD, and he is also someone who has helped many educational institutions in India to get the EFMD accreditation, which is one of the Triple Crown accreditation bodies in, which is coming from Brussels, and many of the Indian institutions in India which are looking for quality are certainly looking for EFMD as one of their accreditations. We are very honored to have you, Mr. Nishit, with us. Our next speaker is Dr. Aditi Saxena, the Dean of the School of Arts and Design, Woxsen University. Dr. Aditi is an elected member of the Board of Directors of the College Art Association in the USA from 2022 to 2026. She is, in fact, the first woman of Indian origin to be ever elected in an American body, which is the College Art Association. Dr. Aditi's journey spans over more than 18 years. She has expanded her path from teaching to academic coordination to academic leadership. Her experience includes allied fields like working as a restorative justice co-facilitator, in which she has a certification. She's a certified restorative justice trainer, and she's worked in many of the school projects in the US and keeps visiting the States very often. She has worked on many global research projects, and she is one of the India representatives of the restorative justice education in the USA. We welcome you, Dr. Aditi, at the panel discussion. We shall now have our third speaker, Dr. Glenn Walter Mushert, Professor of Sociology at Khalifa University, United Arab Emirates. Dr. Glenn is a professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at Khalifa University, Abu Dhabi. He has formerly served as the Faculty of Sociology, Social Justice, Comparative Media at Miami University, USA, and the Law and Society Faculty at Purdue University, USA. Dr. Mushert has frequently served as visiting international scholar and has collaborated research projects in a variety of international contexts, including Turkey, the Palestinian state, the United Arab Emirates, Nigeria, South Korea, US, Canada, UK, Germany, France, Finland, Greece, and Italy. Dr. Glenn has served as an associate editor for Teaching Sociology and on the editorial advisory board of various journals such as Social Problems, Secrecy and the Society, and the Turkish Journal of Sociology. We welcome you, Dr. Glenn, to the panel discussion. Our next speaker is Mr. Ravin Nair, Chief Operating Officer, QS iGauge. Mr. Ravin has an extensive experience in leading all aspects of operations, including streamlining systems, facilitating financial operations, ensuring regulatory compliance, budgeting, and project management. Mr. Ravin has an experience in collaborating with senior management and stakeholders globally in designing and implementing policies, procedures, and the best practices. Mr. Ravin is one of the key faces in the world of QS, which is a higher education rankings in the world. Mr. Ravin, we are pleased to have you with us at the panel discussion. Our next and the last speaker for this panel discussion is Dr. Biju A.V., Assistant Professor, University of Kerala, India. Dr. Biju A.V. is an Assistant Professor of Commerce at the Department of Commerce, School of Business Management and Legal Studies at the University of Kerala, where he teaches behavioral finance, international economics, business analytics, security analysis, and portfolio management and derivatives. We welcome you, Dr. Biju, to the panel discussion this evening. With this, I would now hand over the mic to Professor Devdatta for this panel discussion.
This is the last act of the day and always very difficult because everybody has heard enough. So without further ado, I will
directly jump into the topic. We have been talking about ERS since morning, and how ERS is becoming very important in the academic fraternity as well. It was very important in the corporate sector, but academic fraternity is also getting into ERS. So who better to start the discussion than one of the largest accreditation bodies of the world, the EFMD. So we have Ms. Nishi Jain, who is representing EFMD. So my first question is to Nishit is, what does EFMD expect? EFMD has ERS as one of its pillars. What does EFMD expect an academic institution to do in terms of ERS? How does EFMD views ERS as one of the pillars of or should be a pillar of an academic institution? Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks once again for giving me this opportunity. EFMD is an organization which believes in enhancing the quality of management education, as I said earlier in my morning interaction. When we talk about ERS, it formulates one of the 4 important pillars. So just to help you recall, the first one being international, second one being proximity to practice, which is the corporate engagement, third one being diversity, and the most important transversal factor, which is ERS, ethics, responsibility, and sustainability. It is extremely crucial to imbibe values in our graduates and future leaders about ethics. Now, ethics cannot be taught by a classroom alone, you know. I mean, you can't tell, okay, these are the do's and the don'ts, and now you've graduated and therefore you are ethical. No. I think it goes much beyond. The way to do, we feel, is through practical engagement, sensitizing, building empathy, taking people to the not so privileged, exposing graduates to the different stratas of the society, and also looking at the global mindset when you talk about ERS. How we as responsible citizens can add value by doing business education. If I were to name a few, I mean, it starts with the strategic endeavor of the institution. To tell you, if you are doing research, what is ethical in your research? What is sustainable in your research? What is responsible engagement in your research? So that has to become the protocol, that has to become the process. It is not on an ad hoc basis. You are doing a research on sustainability and therefore you'll talk about ERS. Another person is doing research on finance, can not ignore ERS. It has to be imbibed in the ecosystem across all as a core DNA. That is what is going to bring sustained value, because like I said, you take time to tell the scorpion and the saint what I talked in the morning story. The saint will not change in one day. The scorpion will not change in one day. He'll continue to bite and he'll continue to save. So therefore we are human beings. Just because we are doing one lecture one day does not help. It has to become part of our life. It has to become part of our ethos. So that's only going to happen when it becomes a part of a strategic endeavor of the institution. The second is extracurricular activities. Now, you could probably, I was talking to a couple of colleagues here, by virtue of inclusiveness, I hear, while I'm yet to discover, you have excellent facilities on this campus. So you do outreach programs, bringing in underprivileged to the school to teach and deliver education. You could also bring them to use some of your sports facilities. Build and engage with them, form teams, make them part of the society. And this is very essential. And why we feel so, tomorrow when the graduates from Woxsen will join the corporate world, they would not have a choice to pick their colleagues. There would be people from all walks of life, from all stratas of world, and you have to work as equals. You have to have empathy. You have to understand and respect each other's culture. So why not start now? What's the wait? So these are some of the initial remarks, and I'm happy to, dive deeper as we go forward.
Thank you. And my next question is to an academician, Dr. Aditi Saxena. What are the ethical issues in the world of design? How do you address these issues?
Thank you, Professor. I think it's a very interesting question. Being a designer, being a design education, I would love to address this question. What is the role of the designer? Again, I'm repeating, we all know that designers identify the problem and they address the problem through their design. But interestingly, designer identify the problem, they address it, but there is no ethical guideline for the designers. They're fast, they are very fast in their pace, they are very sharp in their research, but when they address a problem, they hardly follow the ethical guidelines. I wanted to tell one story here. Around 2017, there was a video uploaded on Twitter, and the video was based on the Facebook infrastructure. So basically, it's a washroom, and two employees went to the washroom. Okay, is it okay? Yeah, sorry. So when they went to the washroom, there was a soap dispenser, and when the white person put the hand under the soap dispenser, he got the soap. But when a black person, the person with the color, put the hand, he didn't get the soap. So sensor didn't work, actually. So the whole idea is that designers definitely design a soap dispenser, which is very good. But they were not considering the ethical aspect or other cultural skin colors while designing this thing. Another thing is when we design a product, it can be tangible or it can be non-tangible. And you must see that a lot of news feeds, they actually promote the fake news. So let me just close it in a nutshell that I think ethics is one of the very important aspects of design industry. And as an academician, I would say that our every design school should have an ethical guideline that what they have to consider and how they have to consider, and accordingly they can provide the solution with ethics. Thank you.
Dr. Mushat, welcome to Woxsen. I would like to understand from you, what is the sociological dimension to the ethical problems we face in the world today?
Well, thank you so much. First, I would like to just express how grateful I am to be here today, for this invitation to this university, and for all of the people who are here today. It's been really great. And as I was listening to Mr. Chahat give the introduction, I noticed that India was not on the list of the countries where I have collaborated in research. And so I'm looking to this room for folks who would one day collaborate with me, and I'll be happy to add India to this list. In terms of the ethical issues from a sociological perspective, I think there's two things I would like to say very briefly. The first is we need a paradigm shift. The way we think about things needs to change, it needs to evolve, it needs to move forward. From the point of view that resources are unlimited to the point of view that resources are limited, and in fact that we live in closed systems, right? So the world is a closed system. Humanity has reached a point where we know there's a limit to what we can do and what we can produce, rubbish we can produce, things that we can consume, and so on, right? The pandemic has made it extremely clear that it's a closed system. You can't just shut the border at one place unless you're on a very isolated small island, right? And expect that something like global public health and economy is going to continue. But also on the individual level, right? So sociologists also think about small groups and individuals. So families are closed systems in a sense that have limits. Human beings have limits. And so we need to figure out how we can have a paradigm shift where we allow our people to thrive and to make the most in terms of self-actualization, the use of the resources they have personally, our communities, our organizations, our cities, our country, and indeed humanity. The second that I wanted to mention is that I think a very important aspect is dimensions of inequality, right? So the world is unequal. We know this, and the comparison in terms of between countries is very stark. So we can talk about things like global north versus global south and things like that. Or also in my sociology classes, I teach my students that we have a responsibility to care for the approximately 5% of the world population who are the poorest people in the lowest income countries, centered largely in sub-Saharan Africa, who live literally life-threatening poverty, right? But there's also, so that's one aspect that we can focus on development. We hear so much about development. And that's one aspect that's extremely important for humanity to sort out, right? The other is, though, this aspect of what I would call overdevelopment, right? So we hear so much about, oh, we need to bring the bottom of the pyramid up, right? What about the countries and the communities and that overconsume, that are overdeveloped, right? And so we need this paradigm shift as well to say that, you know, how much is enough for some people, and how to cut it back, to scale it back so that there's enough for everyone.
Okay. I have Mr. Raveen, who is representing QS. Welcome, and the first question would be, how does in the QS ranking ERS issues has been addressed, and how do you, as QS, view the ERS issues and DEI issues in the ranking process?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I just want to make a clarification that I represent QS iGauge, which is specific to Indian higher education. Yes, it's the same group, but I just want to make that clarification that I'm not from the QS ranking team though. But so thank you so much for inviting me, and it's an honor to be here. It is very important that we have such discussions and conversation happening, because higher education institutions are the, communication vehicle through which we are able to pass on this message to the next generation as well. So it is important that we have such seminars and summits, which it brings awareness among people. So talking about QSs, how QS is addressing the ERS issues. What QS in the ranking sector, what QS has done is we have grouped, broadly we have put two SGDs, the SGD number 5, goal number 5 and goal number 10 into which talks about your, gender equality and reduced inequality into equal opportunities as one group. And then we're trying to see if the institution has contributed, their research work in particular if there has been a contribution on that front. And number 2, we have grouped SDG 7 and SDG 11 to 15. When we talk about SDG 7 and 11 to 15, it contains your clean energy, sustainable cities and communities, so on and so forth, as environmental impact as one group. So these are the two broad areas where QS is looking at how institutions are contributing towards environmental sustainability. QS's mission being, QS is an organization that, is driven by, with the idea that we and help, people who have aspirations for their career development and, international mobility, etc. So with that mission in mind, QS also has done a recent research report or a study wherein we have realized that over 94% of the student community, the prospective international student community, believed that not only that they want to be admitted in an institution which is of their favorite subject or being rated by QS Gauge or QS Global, but also they are looking at whether the campus is green or what is the extent of contribution that the university is doing towards sustainability. So this group of people, as we call them, Generation Z, they are the sustainable generation that we talk about. So that's the kind of group that QS is interacting with to understand and rate institutions accordingly. So that is about QS Global Ranking and how QS Global Ranking is have embedded the overall sustainability aspect to our ranking. Now, coming to QS iGauge, which is specific to Indian colleges and universities, we have a whole lot of, SDG areas that we have embedded into our methodology, which is up to 25% of our overall methodology scoring, in which we have tried to capture as many as those SDG goals as possible. So besides that, QS also has recently concluded a PACT 2030 session in Goa in early March. PACT stands for Pledge, Act, Change and Transform, which is wherein we have had about 30 odd higher education institutions, particularly some of the renowned universities across the country, to come and discuss and agree on their contribution, how they are accelerating on their work in terms of contributing towards the sustainable development goals. And that culminated in signing a Goa Declaration, which was one of its kind. And it was the first carbon neutral event that we had conducted in India. So by and large, talking about sustainability, that is an important aspect of QS Global's and QS India's methodology, wherein we cater to more than about 25% of the scoring. So that's where we stand in terms of our contribution towards sustainability and in the area of ranking as well as rating.
Thank you very much. And since we have started on the discussion on sustainability, we all are aware of the Paris Agreement towards net zero. Dr. Biju, welcome to Woxsen. And how do you visualize universities and academic institutions reach the net zero in terms of creating a greener, cleaner campuses with lower carbon footprint and maybe positive carbon credits? How do we reach net zero?
Most respected panel moderator, most respected panel members, good evening to all. I express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Charles, for the opportunity given. I was been asking to speak about the Green Campus. Actually, the UN report 1987 speak about the development. The development should address the present as well as the future generations. Apart from that, the development should be in alignment with the economic, social, and environmental conditions. Moreover, the Stockholm Declaration 1972 specifically speak about the sustainability in higher education. So the professors, the students, and the academic administrators are responsible for the sustainability, and they should inculcate the sustainability behavior to the next generation. So at the outset, we can see the universities, they are changing, they're trying to change their behavior pattern towards the sustainability. So for instance, I can say one example of IIM Bangalore. Actually, IIM Bangalore is, in terms of the Green Campus, they have been very successful. They are initiated like the biogas plant, sewage system, groundwater, and green campuses and solar panels, etc., etc. So this kind of model can be adopted. This kind of, we must adopt, I mean, because this is not unavoidable. This kind of plastics things can be avoided as well. So, for instance, we can see from the Asian countries, and China is far ahead than other countries in terms of the green campus. You know, Chinese universities doing wonderful things for the transformation of green campus. And I would like to state about one green matrix. It was established by University of Indonesia. They have started one matrix for rating of universities. So they have criteria, 6 criteria. The first one is infrastructure, and the second one is climate change, and third one is waste management, and the fourth one is water management, and the fifth one is transportation, and the sixth one is education and research. The education and research, especially for sustainability education. So these 6 criteria are the basis for the rating of universities. So as per the 2021 ranking, you know, 955 universities have been participating these metrics. Unfortunately, so under 50, only 2 to 3 universities from the Asian region. Out of these, you know, the universities from the US and UK are performing well as compared to the Asian countries. So a perception change is essential because we need a lot of financial infrastructure support as is essential for building up of the green campus. So there are some determinants for influencing to go towards the green campus, like the demographic factors. So there are studies, you know, that male people are more conscious towards the sustainability rather than female. In some studies, it's conflicting this opinion that females are more, you know, influencing sustainability. And the environmental education is also, you know, giving more role. And we propose the UGC and AICTE should consider these green metrics as a part of their NAC assessment criteria. So we understand a behavioral change of faculties, of students and administrators is essential to revamp our universities to address the challenges of climate change. Thank you.
Excellent, and since we have a representative from EFMD as well as QS is here, I would like to ask Inshed that how would you advise an academic institution like us to move into more sustainable practices? How do we reduce our carbon footprint? What do we do to do better practices so that we also contribute to the net zero movement?
I would say that we need to identify some baby steps which are easy to implement and think. So let's start with the color, the green, which represents freshness, which represents sustainability, which represents conservation, growth. So maybe use of more green color. I'll give you an example. Airbus, one of the leading organizations in the world, which is a CAC 40 in Europe, chose to have their chief of global HR, the lady in charge, appointed and redirected as Chief Sustainable Officer. It shows the intent from an organizational standpoint that when a senior person is designated to manage and run the entire operation from top down as a sustainable officer, it creates a huge message for everyone. It could be anybody they could have hired, outside or inside, but the point I'm trying to make here is that the culture of sustainability comes from top down to a large extent. So the seriousness needs to be reflected. The other thing one could also look at is businesses today are extremely confused when you talk about in India. I mean, you go and have a conversation with a lot of businesses around the Hyderabad region, and I'm pretty sure while everybody talks about sustainability, nobody knows what to do in sustainability. So you as business school need to create that ecosystem, people, resources, knowledge, which are capable in your graduates and others about sustainable officer. We are projecting our graduates as a sustainable officer for a certain say. I was with the chief of Volvo, the Swedish major, and he told me in 3 years from now, they will not be able to export any of their automotive products out of India and even sell in India if they are not sustainable oriented. About 10 years from now, India is poised to be the global hub for auto parts, which means there'll be a huge requirement for exports. So you could have the knowledge of sustainability in your ecosystem. It could also start with your infrastructure. I mean, use of paper. I mean, being creative gives you one less point in whatever you do. And by the end of a year, you see who's been the most sustainable person on the campus. Recognize that person. It shows the commitment of the institution. So little things you may want to do. I hope that answers.
Dr. Aditi, how can we work with the corporate sector? Because as academic, corporate sector is far more advanced in the path towards sustainability. Academic institutions are just waking up to that reality that they also need to be sustainable. Is the corporate sector and academia can work together for sustainability issues? How does you look at this?
It's fine. So I think it's a very important and very complex question. It's, I think, very tough to address it, but what I would like to say that when we say universities, universities play a very important role. Primarily, when we think about our stakeholders, our stakeholders are, we consider teachers, parents, accreditation committees. But if we go in a broader lens, we know that our stakeholders are also local communities, artisans, peoples. And here the role comes that how we are going to connect with the corporates. Now, when you use the word corporates, I would like to say that why only corporate? Why not we connect with the local industrialists, local innovators, those who are giving solution to the various problems. And this is the way probably we can learn from each other. I agree with you that corporates are practicing ethics, ERS for a long time. But I also would like to see that if you see Indian education system, 20 years back, there are many universities. I would like to say one university where I belong to as a student, which was established by Rabindranath Tagore, Shantiniketan, where students used to go to local village, work with the people, support people, and the practice of ERS was there as a root of the thing. And when we see corporates, I always would like to ask that there are universities, those who are placed in a very remote area. They don't have an access of a corporate, how they can bridge the gap. And that is why I always see that instead of using the word corporates, probably we can see that different institutions, local to global. And this is the way probably we can learn from each other. One thing I would like to see in this context that, CSR probably an area where corporates are really supporting us. Like many of the CSR projects where they are looking for students' involvement and they are looking for universities to contribute. ERS, I think right now what is my, I think panel and the audience can see that what is my understanding from the existing study, that probably still we are working in a two different paths. Like corporates are doing their work, universities are doing their work, and somewhere that bridge is still missing. Like, or we can see the bridge is still weak, and we have to really work hard that how we can bridge the gap. Corporate is definitely always ready to support academia, but yes, my understanding is better we should use institutions rather than corporate. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very interesting observation. Institutions rather than corporates. Yes, we should broad base our thinking and take into account several stakeholders in the field. I would like to know from Mr. Ravin that going forward, is there any model for a academic institution to measure the impact of the sustainable practices? Dr. Biju talked about a matrix, green matrix. Is there any kind of standard measurement model we can use so that there is a guideline to move forward?
Certainly, there are some frameworks available in the market. Even QS itself, we have our own QS star rating system, wherein we cover a whole lot of issues related to sustainability. I think Nishid would be able to explain better in terms of the other frameworks available. But talking about QS, we have we have put this into three broader categories under operations, research, and education. I'll have to just read out the methodologies under which the sub-indicators under which the framework where there are multiple sub-indicators based on which an institution is evaluated. Under operations we have sustainable investment policies, sustainable procurement policies, sustainable donation fundings, for example. And under research we look at the SDG environmental impact rating, where the institutions are awarded medals, which is a separate category that I mentioned about environmental impact, wherein institutions are awarded with medals by QS. So under education, we look at sustainability network, where the institution is a member of a domestic or international community. So there is a whole lot of things that we cover under our rating system. But also, like I mentioned, we are looking at a framework. I mentioned about the PAC 2030, that happened in Goa in March, early March this year. So we are looking at a framework to evaluate how these institutions are progressing and take stock of things in the next edition of our PAC 2030 to see how these institutions are progressing as per the commitment that they have made by signing the declaration in Goa. So we are looking at framing a whole lot of framework to evaluate them. Having said that, I feel, regardless of all this, what is important is we have to accept that there are challenges when it comes to implementing the sustainable goals, right? Because it involves a whole lot of aspect, whether it is, the society, community, or, government, institutions. So it is very important that I would say that there should be a certain amount of, political will or some kind of a a system wherein the government can to an extent enforce these programs so that we are able to take this to a sustainable, long-term practice is what I feel. Yeah.
Thank you. Extending from what he has talked about, Dr. Mushad, you have collaborated with several researchers, you have worked all around the globe. How do you see governments working in ERS issues? Because at the academic institution level, if we increase the ERS, we get better citizens moving forward at the school level, at the college level, at the university level. How do you see governments across the globe working with academic institutions for ERS sensitization?
Thank you for that question. So I have a second job, which is I work for the Abu Dhabi Department of Community Development, which is an emirate level ministry that oversees the social sector. So I can, as much as people in many places complain about the government, I can tell you that at least the people who work in my agency deeply care about people and sort of sustainability issues and overall. But the biggest connection I often see between the universities and the government agencies is via the like a Ministry of Education or Department of Education that must be the sort of the overseer of programs and accreditation. So before we even want to have AACSB or EMFD accreditation, you have to have accreditation from your government, whether it's your state government, your federal government, or whatever. And one of the things is that you've all heard this idea that once you designate a certain metric, then that metric no longer really works, because there's a certain level of cynicism where some people will game the metrics just to, we can all flog a horse to run faster, but you're going to kill the horse. And so, there's a certain level of this cynicism in like, okay, the accreditation people are coming in, let's fill this stuff out, and oh my gosh, and I think it's like, it would be it's upon the leadership of our academic institutions to provide each person who works in this institution with a clear line of sight about not only how they work towards the key goals of the institution, but also towards sustainability aspects as well. So not just the students and the faculty and the administrators, but also the people who are in maintenance and food and transportation and all this. It should be somehow filtered down that when the folks are coming in from the accreditation agencies, like, you're an important part of it, right? Every one of us is an important part. And universities aren't perfect because we exist in the real world, which isn't perfect. But I think we have a bit of advantages, as which we have, on average, people who care more, a little bit more than, about the stewardship of the students and the youth, the future, the society, and the environment. And so I think if we really maximize that, then that's how I think that the universities can be such an important role in sustainability moving forward.
Thank you. Dr. Biju, going forward, we all want to create a generation of more responsible citizens who will take up, who will be more ethical, more responsible, and also look at sustainability issues, and academic institutions have a great role in this. How can academic institutions build better citizens, more responsible, more sensitive citizens going forward?
Thank you for the question. So the climate protection is the best thing we can do for the next generation, and the environment awareness, the sustainability awareness, which certainly concern about each and every activity they do it in the walks of life by the students as well as faculties. So the next generations should have an attitude to consider the ethics rather than the cost or price of the product. So they should be ethical. The literature talk about 73%, as First Insight Report 2020 says that 73% of the consumers are willing to pay more for sustainable products. This can be generalized in financial as well as non-financial services. Moreover, the studies suggested that job seekers wanted to work only in green and environment-friendly companies. So, but however, we need to fear the greenwashing of companies. So there are greenwashing, and they are giving the fake report regarding these green products and all. Whenever there is a word green, there is a more demand from the consumers, so that they are using it they are fake or they are cooking up the green effort of the companies. So the future generation should demarcate what is green and what is not green, and they have a skill to differentiate the greenness and sustainability. Moreover, we can propose a uniform methodology or a uniform skill sets to be adopted by the companies regarding the ESG framework. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are running out of time, so we discussed a plethora of issues, though briefly. We talked about government, we talked about academic institutions, we talked about accreditation bodies, ranking bodies, we talked about sociological dimensions, institutional dimensions, and it is a discussion which should carry forward over the next 2-3 days of this summit. I hope you all had a wonderful experience listening to our panelists, and with this I conclude. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, panelists. I would like the photographer to please capture a group picture of the panelists. Audience, please give a big round of applause. Well, Professor Chaudhary and team has discussed about ERS in the landscape of higher education. However, some of the pertinent points which have been raised by all the people, in the panel discussion, I wanted to share with all of you that at Woxsen, we have associate deans working in the field of ERS as well. So, dedicatedly, associate dean working in the field of ERS. We wanted to ensure that our efforts are channelized in the right direction, and there is a dedicated, 2 or 3 people who are leading the institution in the field of ERS. So, with this, we have come to the end of the first day's schedule of the Global Impact Summit. However, I would like to share with all of you that tomorrow, being the second day, some of the key highlights for all of you. We will start at 10 a.m. in the morning, and the roundtable discussion is on emerging technologies and the future of business. We also have Mr. Sridhar Gadhi, who is the founder and executive chairman of Quantilla, the guest keynote speaker, and then we have another roundtable discussion on 2030, the way forward for internationalization in higher education, which will be moderated by Dr. Raul Rodriguez. And subsequently, we have trade tower pitching of ideas. So we have Woxsen students, some of the top 5 business ideas will be presented by students live in front of all of you. And we will have a session by HHL, Leipzig Graduate School of Management, and we have a keynote by Mr. Rohan Shah, the founder and CEO of Clasavo. Post that, we have a roundtable discussion on There is no diversity without inclusion, which is moderated by Ms. Preeti Chaudhary, the founder of PC Advisory. And please note, we also have the cultural night waiting for you tomorrow evening. This is going to be one of its kind because students have practiced really, really hard, whether it's Indian dance forms, the Western dance forms, music. There is fashion show as well, being presented by students of different countries.